Peace and greetings, everyone. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome into the remix. Hopefully, we are all doing well, feeling well, and all of that good stuff. Good for us to come back on. I definitely want to see if we can get things up and, get things up and going here. Gonna make sure that that is, yeah. Make sure things are up and going. We'll see if that works a little bit better there. If the sound is coming in. Peace and greetings, Sheena. Good to see you in the blue room. Want to do a quick sound check? I know, Angelique, I am spoiling you guys to come on again, but remember I told you we was gonna let's do it again. Do it again. We was gonna do it again and check on these phone lines as well too. But to make sure you all can hear me in the blue room. How's your date going? Welcome on in, Rose. Good to see you. Yeah, Tish, good to see you. Coffee with Jen, good to see you. As you guys are coming in, let me know where you all are tuning in from. So I want to know where you're tuning in. You still in the bed? I know that's right. It is one of those kind of snuggle days. Hey, Katora, welcome on in. Let's get the likes up so we can let the Soul family know that we are here. Good, Kachachula. I think I said it right. Seriously, V, welcome in. Tuning in from Los Angeles. So many people are still in the bed. And, today is one of those days that we can really just snuggle. I want to say that's why I wore this sweater today. It's my Brooklyn shirt, but just to kind of feel that extra comfort. Cornell, welcome on in. Cornell, and we got Glennis tuning in from Trinidad in the building. Welcome on in. Yes, Davina, we got pop-up magic. Priestess Keisha, you were napping. Yes, it's one of those days, I'm telling you. A lot is coming down. Lots of downloads are coming down. And also this upgrade. We're having realizations. Tima Tomona. Tomo Magic, respect, what's good? Welcome on in. Doing her thing, though. I love that. Welcome on in. Oh my goodness, Maria says London, and a beautiful full moon is shining brightly. I love that. McKinley, welcome on in, says good afternoon. You all let me know where you're tuning in from. I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle. Also, let me know if this is your first time tuning in, if you're new here. If you see me looking all over the place, I got to get used to looking to the camera, so I have to do that. Miss Rich says, hello, family. Great to be here, Virginia. Slept all day, now outside working with my hands. Love that. I've been up and about and outside too. Jocelyn, 16 in the building. Hey. Tremel, good to see you checking in from Daytona, Ohio. Oh, Daytona, Florida. Excuse me. Davina is in Columbus, Ohio. Feminine Masculine R1, peace and greetings to you. McKinley is checking in, tuning in from Atlanta, and your very first time. Oh, welcome. Welcome on in, Cosmic. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah. So what has everybody been doing today? Has it been a good day for you? It's been a good day so far. Oh my goodness. Good to see you checking in from La Plata, Maryland. Talini. Listen. I don't even know how to say that. That looked like laptop or laptop. Peace and love to you, dear. It's good to see you. Good to have you checking in. resting from a liver detox. Great time to detox your liver as well. Oh, you are cuddling with your puppy all day. That is beautiful. All right. Coffee with Jen said, I am relaxing. My doc said to relax. That's right. I'm sure your body is saying relax. This is a relaxing day. It's a very relaxing day. Tremel said, just got done cutting the grass. A great time with the dragonflies around my head. Yes, the dragonflies are around there. I love that. Alora, peace and love to you. Good welcome on in. Priestess Keisha said, it's been a good day. Did some work earlier. Yeah, I've been up working pretty early this morning myself too. And been outside, got a lot of sunshine. We had some cooler days here in Texas, but it's about to get back warm again. I think we'll be back up in the 80, 90 range sometime this week coming up. So I'm really enjoying the 60, 70 cooler weather. I'm really loving it. Davina said, outside with the birds. I love that. Chilling with the grands and fur babies. I love that. And staying grounded and present. I love that. I love that. Cosmic said, sitting at the bar, enjoying myself with some reggae, some reggaeton. I love that. Absolutely love that. A beautiful way. Yeah. McKinley said, it's a very chill day. I cleaned my apartment and now I'm enjoying this Georgia breeze in my living room. Ooh, I know that's nice. I remember when I would go visit relatives and when I go outside to visit relatives and we would go in the summertime or just around this time of the year and they would open the windows and the curtains and the breeze would just come on in, just absolutely come on in. And it would just be amazing, just amazing. And then playing in the yard and rolling in the grass and just having a great time, just having a great time, just an all over great time. Because that's what life is about. We are spiritual beings and we are living because life is worth living this human experience. And we need to live it. We need to live it. So that's great. So welcome on in. Whew, I said, let me come back on. I made a promise I was going to come back on. I know a lot of your questions I didn't get a chance to get to. 515-605-9794 is the number to call. If I can ask you all to make sure you hit that like button, because that is going to let our soul family know that we are live. We are out here in these cosmic streets here, and so that they can tune in if they so choose to tune in. But it's a pretty exciting weekend this weekend that we have. We got a lot of energy that's going on, lots of upgrades that is going on at this time. Welcome on in, 7 grams. Welcome in, but it's a lot of downloads coming in. Maybe we'll do a poll a little later, but how many of you are having these reflections and realizations? Because they should be coming to you about your life. If you're present enough, you'll be able to tap into it. It's a great reflecting time, for us to do this about our relationships. We're still in the midst of this energy here, this Libra energy. I want to give you all an update, a definitely update on Butch and Sunny, and let you all know. Yeah, hopefully Butch and Sunny will be coming home soon. I still crack myself up when I think about that. Welcome on in, Brother Lance. Good to see you. And it's a great, beautiful, gorgeous day to nurture yourself. And many of you may have been called to do that. You may have been called to step away from doing something that you've been doing way too much, or really have been taking you into places you don't need to be. And so it's just calling you to come back to your whole self, your true authentic self, and just kind of relax. Just kind of relax yourself. You know what I always say, I don't take myself that serious, you know? It's a day about setting personal boundaries, understanding what those personal boundaries are, making sure that you are really connected in the way that you want. It is a day of beautiful, gorgeous inspiration. And so it's great to follow those little nudges that you may get inspired to go do something that maybe you haven't done in a long time. Or, maybe it's one of those days, like many of you were saying, to sleep in, to snuggle up on the couch, or, or find a great book and open the windows and, just kind of chill, or just come on over to the remix here with us and the Soul family and just come in. We can have a little bit of chit chat today. Little chat, little chill. I figured this is something different, on a Saturday, to be going live in the middle of the day, with Ms.Blue. This is something that is certainly different for me. So I thank you all for being here and being present and a part of this as well. So welcome on in. You said spot on. I got caught up in the crazy election and I need to step back for a while. I'm telling you, like it's a real thing to do. We have a inner intelligence that is thriving inside of all of us, and it knows exactly what we need, when we need, and how we need it. How we need it. So pay attention to those little subtleties. I'm sure that is the reason that you all sort of kind of caught this live, no matter how you received the message, whether you happen to be on YouTube and you've seen it and it was on the discovery page, or you received from the Soulful Vibes notification that you got it, or something just told you, let me check and see what Ms.Blue is up to, and found yourself here. However it came, it is your higher self just kind of guiding you to say, here's something a little different. Here's something to step outside, to give yourself a break from maybe something you've been diving way too deep in, or you've been over processing, over analyzing, or just need a moment to chill. Just need a moment to chill, just to relax and just to chill, just to absolutely chill out. And I think that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So call in number 515-605-9794 is the number to call. Once you get on the phone lines, press 1. I'm going to test something out here. We've been having these challenges with the phone lines, or I've been having it, but I want to check this. Let me know if you can hear. So true. Let me know if you all can hear that. If nothing else moves you, life will. If nothing else moves you, life will. Say it with me. If nothing else moves you, life will. So I'm waiting to hear if you all did hear the recording of Baby Blue in the Blue Room, because that's going to give us an indication whether or not we got the sound going on. So hopefully. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I've been working with my guides. Cosmic says, yes, your red shirt reminds me of stability, that we are all grounded. Beautiful. A beautiful reminder. Yeah, I got my Brooklyn shirt on today. I'm sure for those who are in Brooklyn, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood in Brooklyn today. Always a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Yeah. Everybody outside, I love it, the little hustle bustle. But let's go to the phone lines. I'll talk about Butch and Sunny a little later. Got some more kiki ha 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 on that and wishing them well also. So we're going to go to the phone lines. I'm going to kind of jump around here, calling in from area code 5102. You're live on Planet Remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from. Yeah, do me a favor. If you are also on the computer, or in, yes, if you're on the computer and in the chat room, you're going to have to choose one or you're going to hear the echo. You're not hearing, yes, hello. You're not hearing me? Well, we can hear you, Rose. Hmm. Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, Rose, let's try something. Let's see. Okay. Yes, hello. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to give the Blue Room Rose a chance to catch up, but I was telling you, if you're also in the Blue Room and you're also on the phone line, make sure you either cut the speakers off on the phone lines or kind of move away because it might still give you the echo. So you can't hear me. Okay. Okay, you right. Okay. Okay. So let me see. I'm going to give them a second in the Blue Room to catch up. Everybody should be able to hear us now. And so they're saying they can't hear Rose. Ah, let's see. Let's see something. Let's see something. We're not going to do it last night here, Rose. I can hear both of you on the phone lines. Okay, good. Good that you can hear us both on the phone lines. So we are going to make sure that you all can hear both of us here. Are you talking? Mm, okay. This is what I'm checking for now to see. Can you can hear both on the phone lines. All right. All right. If you're in the Blue Room, can you all hear me and Rose in the Blue Room? Please be specific because I want to see if we can kind of test this. Can't hear Rose. Thank you for that, Maria. Okay, don't do anything, Rose. Don't do a thing. D- Don't you do a thing. I'm going to go with this and see.
Should I go ahead with my question or honestly, I feel like I have like 50 million questions that I would want to ask, but um, I guess I don't want to be like basic and be like, oh, what messages do my spirit guides have for me? But I guess I've been thinking a little bit lately about like kind of like where I've been and like where I'm going, and I feel like in the past, I've like made really dramatic changes like very fast, and things are feeling like kind of slow. And I feel like it's not normal for me, and it's kind of frustrating me and making me really impatient. But at the same time, I do want to like be changing. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be like getting better at being me. But I was wondering if you had any advice for that. Okay. Yeah, I can. Are you guys able to hear Miss Blue?
Keep talking, Rose, please. I want you to start with one question. Yeah. But guess what? We are on here for so long. Guess what? You're going to get your questions asked, but I want you to focus on the one question you can have. Now they can, you know what? This is crazy. Okay, Rose, talk for me. I want to make sure they can still hear you. Can y'all hear Rose? Ah, can y'all hear? Still can't hear Rose. This is wild to me. Hold on. Hold on, Rose. Don't, don't do nothing. Okay. Output. Output. When we say output, are we talking about this? This is the.
Okay, so I guess my one question for right now would be like, what things do I need to like change to essentially kind of get to be more like the person that I'm aiming to be, like the person that like is ideal for me, like closer, I guess closer to like my higher self, because I feel like I've like kind of replaced a lot of bad behaviors with kind of like this like inaction and like this like void, and I want to get past that, but I don't really have like any like human being right here to like guide me, whereas I feel like before I did. You know what I mean?
Let's see now. Let's see now if they can hear both of us. So we're going to check on this, and I want to check with the Blue Room and with me and Rose. So I understand your question. You're basically looking to have an upgrade in your character of who you are. Is that correct, Rose? Yeah. Okay. I hear the echo too. Do you hear the echo, Rose? Okay, good. Good. Okay. Now we hear you on YouTube. Okay. And you cannot hear Rose. You know, I'm starting to think, and that's not a good thing. I don't want to think about this. Oh, wait a minute, Rose. Let's see something. Let's see something here. Okay. So it's one way channel, put it on dual. Nope, can't hear Rose. Rose ain't talking. Rose, can you talk? Can you hear me, Rose? They're saying no, they can't hear Rose. Rose ain't talking. Rose is talking now. Yeah. And what state are you in again, Rose? What state are you in again? You're in California. What part of California are you in? You're in the Bay Area. I always heard that it's very beautiful in the Bay. It's, is it? Hmm. You can't hear Rose. It's really low. Okay. Oh, I'm so sad about this. I know. I know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. Okay. Let's see. If you guys can hear me, can y'all hear me? Then this is what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have you ask your question, Rose. See, now I'm getting all that. I'm going to have you ask your question in just a second because I want to make sure. Okay, can y'all hear Rose? Can y'all hear Rose? I'm getting some yes. Can y'all hear Rose? Can you hear both of us? To answer your question, I'm using a board. So the board already does the stereo mix. I know about the stereo mix. I'm not messing with um so Priestess Keisha, you can't hear me? I thought y'all said y'all can hear me. I think they can hear. I think they can hear.
Okay. You hear me? Can you guys put in the chat if you could hear Rose or Miss Blue?
Okay.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. Mm, okay. Like it's lagging, you mean? Mm-hmm. Mm,
Going to get this together. We are going to get this together. Let's see if you all can hear Rose. We did make some changes here. In the Can y'all hear Rose in the view room? Yes? Wait a minute. Is that a Thank you, Rose. I hear Miss Blue. Okay. So, how you know? Okay, I'm back. Okay, I can hear Miss Blue, can't hear Rose. Hold on, Rose. We're going to try. We're going to try this. Now, let's see. Can you all still hear me and Rose? Can you speak and see? Ah, listen, it's not us. It's not us. You just hear me. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say, Rose. I have your question. I'm going to why does it do that when I'm there? Some Yeah, hold on. I want it to cut out. I want it to cut out for just a second. I want to see if I can make it do something different. Input. Okay. 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 Yes. Hello. 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 Yes. Hello. Can you hear me? You feel like you hear me typing? Yeah. Yes. I don't know why it's not working. It's just not working. It's not. It's just not working. Mm-mm. Can you? Yes. It's a conspiracy. I don't think so. I think it's what I've known and just don't want to admit. Um, and and
Hello. Mm,
all right, Rose, can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. You can't hear me. You know what's so crazy to me? I'm looking at the meter and I can hear Rose and she's on the mix. She's on the mix. I can hear her. Yes, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Yeah. Hello. You can't hear me. Yeah.
hello, hello. Hello.
Rose? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, Rose. Yeah, I'm wore out. This what we gonna do. So, Rose, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to answer your question in the blue room. I'm just not going to be able to use the phone lines, which is something I've known for quite a while. This ain't the first rodeo with it. So I'm going to put you on mute, but if there is some additional questions, and even for the callers on the phone lines, I will take your questions. I won't be able to hear your voice, but I will take your question. I want to make sure you all can hear me clear. Really, so you all understand what's going on. I am using multiple systems. And so I have the system that I'm streaming with. I have Blog, which is a system, and I have my board, which everything merges itself and it moves through. So the board sets everything up, and all of its functions are correct, and they have been correct every single time that I have streamed. Unhinged, no changes, no nothing needed. But what is happening is one of the systems I'm using is pretty outdated. And the system that is outdated is Blog. And so no matter what I do, it is not going to be compatible with the system I have. In my beautiful, gorgeous mind, I believe that I could finagle and kind of mix things together because it's an older system and still get it to work through these newer systems and newer equipment. But it is not compatible. So, what does that mean? It means some days it let us go for a couple of calls or a couple of shows, and other days it says our phone lines are not working because it's not compatible with the new technology. And I have upgraded all of my systems, but what I can't do is I can't upgrade somebody else's interface. And so we have a caller who's calling from their phone. I'm explaining it so all of you can know what's going on here. They're calling, so that phone call goes into Blog system. Blog system puts it out onto my MacBook. My MacBook then takes it and it integrates it into the system I'm streaming from. All of that information goes into the board that I have. The board gives it back to me and then takes my voice, and we go loop de loo down the road back through all of the systems again. So, I have long known that I've needed to make some changes. I just really, really was still kind of, chucking up the deuces of hope that perhaps I can get a little bit more time. So, how was it working before and it was working so well? Well, because I was using an outdated computer that was compatible with Blog's outdated system. And so it was a way for the computer, which I upgraded half the computer 3 or 4 times, so that it can stay updated enough that my board could still use the technology to pull it through. But once the computer was gone, now we have this brand new system that doesn't have a history. And we're talking about going from something that is primarily Windows to something that's iOS. And the other system I have that is made for iOS specifically, even though it works with, artists, musicians, producers use it. Like it's high end, state of the art. It's no chump change that I'm over here using, on any of this. But it's because the systems are outdated. Hence the reason that's a lot about what I was going to come on here and talk to about. And that is relationships and how they're changing and how we have been upgrading and continuing to move on. It doesn't mean that their system is bad or something. I'm sure if I got on my phone, if I picked up my phone right here and I was to call into blog, I could do the whole show from my cell phone. But you guys won't be able to see me, or I can choose to not use this system I'm doing and not be on camera, because that's not an issue. I have enough strength and it can handle the capacity to do all of this. It has a M3 chip in it. So that's not the issue, but I would have to come off camera. I would have to do a lot of other things different. And even that, it still would be the issue with the phone line. Because right now, my laptop is what I have to work with. So for that, I give that explanation so that you all can understand and you can see how this is being played out in your own life. And you can see where you've just been doing it, just been doing it, just been trying it and forcing it and trying to make something happen. And you've been compromising. You've kind of been quiet about things. You've kind of been loud about things. You have done workarounds. You've given it all you got to this thing, to this person, to this situation, to this job, to this friendship, to this connection. And it doesn't work. And at some point, you got to realize that nothing is wrong with the components. The person that has to continue to move on is you. And that's what I got to learn. This is what I'm taking from this situation. This is what I'm taking. So no worries. I have another way. I have another way, but it's a learning curve for your girl. It's a learning curve. And I'm up for the challenge, of course. It's a learning curve. I'm up for the challenge. And so we will work through the learning curve. I kind of stayed up really late last night studying this new system that I'm going to be using because I have a vision, as many of us do, for how I really want things to be done. You guys can't hear me? So I'm doing all this talking and you can't hear me. When I can't hear when I can't hear her, we can't hear you. Who are y'all talking about? Who are you talking about when we heal? Can y'all hear me? So I did all of this and nobody heard me? Hooray. Hooray. Oh, you guys can hear me. Okay, maybe that comment was something else. Okay. I was like, whoo, okay, good. Y'all can't hear me. Yes, BK, I got my BK shirt on. I got my Brooklyn shirt on today. All right, so you can hear me. So I'm going to answer Rose's question. And can we give Rose some love? Because she really was. She really was. She was a champion through this. So, and I will be taking questions through the Blue Room. So this is me sort of being a little stuck in my way. So y'all can see what that looks like to be stuck in your way. And when we get to the new system, y'all gonna be like, dang, Ms.Blue, you should have switched to this like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, I know. So, there you go. You get to see what it looks like in real life, what it looks like when you do that to yourself. All right, Rose, there you go. So Rose's question is, she wants to know about upgrading. So Rose, here's a couple of things I want you to look at. Number one, I don't want you to be so hard on yourself. And I also want you to understand that um, you can upgrade yourself instantly, but that's not always the best way to do that. And I'm going to tell you why. And hopefully, you being a part of this real life alchemy experience, you got a chance to see in real time why not. You're going to be uncomfortable. So I want everyone to write this down. If you want to know about this upgrade that you want to make to who you are and to your life, it's some steps that we all need to be reminded of. And I'm going to be going through these steps with each and every single one of you because I'm in the process of going through this upgrade with you. So we're going to be doing some alchemy together, hence Alchemy Collective, right? It is the upgrade from the remix and Planet Remix, the Alchemy Collective, because that's what we do here. We alchemize things, we're able to bring them together. So, number one, the first thing is some things that you have to know when you're going into this, what's going to happen. Number one, put uncomfortable because you're going to feel uncomfortable. You are stepping out and you're doing something that you haven't done before, not this way. You might have done a portion of it. You might know about it. You might have been on the other end of experiencing or seen it. So even if it's a personality trait, it might have been things. If you look back in your life, you're going to see where you have displayed all of these traits in your life at some point, but now you want to bring them all together, right? Know that that's going to be an uncomfortable feeling. I don't care how much you think you know. I don't care how much you think you understand about it. It's going to be uncomfortable, but be okay. We'll go back and talk about being okay with not being okay, right? Being uncomfortable. Step number two, you have to surrender. So I want to put surrender in there. You have to surrender. And what am I talking about? Surrendering. You have to surrender the old you. You literally have to have that come to, as they say, the come to Jesus meeting, but you have to come to yourself meeting and surrender. Be willing to say, I'm going to surrender the old me. And it needs to be sort of a ritual style. This is why rituals are so important. I learned this when the sister Nehemiah Somé came on and she wrote the book and she talked about rituals. You know, rituals are for the soul what physical food is to the body. It is needed. So rituals are important. I know that's a word that's being thrown around, and every time we see the powers that be, or what we call them, they, and thee, we think they're doing some sort of ritual on us. And the truth of the matter is, everybody is doing rituals, whether you call it that or not. And you should be doing rituals as well to empower yourself. To heal yourself, to advance your understanding of your own intrinsic, authentic power, because that's what rituals do. They help you recognize the power that you have within, because we know it is through the inner world that it creates change in the outer world. So, number two, we have to surrender the old. It's just like cleaning out your closet. And you say you want to clean out your closet or you want to get a whole new wardrobe, then you need to physically take the clothes, the shoes, the items you're going to get rid of, put it in a bag, take it and take it away from your sacred space, your house, or where you are, to get rid of it. You have to physically get rid of it. So how do you get rid of you? How do you get rid of, when you're attempting to upgrade who you are? How do you get rid of the old you and surrender? Well, you go into a self reflection and you reflect on yourself, not from the point of, oh, this was wrong and I shouldn't have did this and that wasn't right. But you look at the situation and you look at it from the point of view of, wow, I could have made a different choice instead of this choice. And should I be presented with this opportunity again, here's how I would handle that situation. You know, when I just walked away from that job, I'm thankful I walked away from that job because I wanted to leave that job. It's not a place I wanted to be, but there would have been some things I would have considered more instead of the way that I did it. And so instead of just quitting, I would have made sure that I had some things in place. I would have made sure that I knew and understood that I at least had some sort of something that would make me feel financially secure and have those things taken care of so I could have the time to work through what I needed. Or I would have found a job or somewhere, something else to do that fed my soul more before I just jumped and said, I quit and walked away. I would have thought about that. I would have put some things in place before that. Or I would have thought about if I stayed 2 more years, I would have been able to be compensated for all the time and energy that I put there. And that could have helped me elevate myself to where I know I am supposed to be. So, those are just some things, some examples to take into consideration when we talk about what we're doing. I would have did that different. You understand? I would have done some things different. And just that honesty, not even in a very harsh way, but I would have, you would be able to see things in a different way. The next thing, when it comes to relationships, and we're taking a look at the relationship, regardless of how the relationship ended, if it's an ending in a relationship, regardless of how it ended, look back through the relationship. Of course, reflect on those things that were wonderful and beautiful. You can do that. But I want you to reflect on those things when you first started getting that insight, that intuitiveness, that listen. I should have spoke up about this. I really should have said, this is something I am not in agreement with. And maybe it's a great opportunity for you to go do your thing, me do my thing, however we want to do that. And really begin to look at that. Really would have set healthier boundaries within yourself to say, not boundaries on the other person, but boundaries on me. Here's what I am not going to do. I'm not doing that. In any relationship, I'm not going to do that. It doesn't require me to turn over this part of my soul of who I am to give this to a person just to say you like me or you want to be friends with me or you connect with me. It's not required for me to do that. And I'm not going to do that, whether it's mother, father, sister, brother, cousin, friend, lover, whoever in a relationship. I'm going to be able to stand and speak my truth. These are some of the things that you want to do. Remember, healthy boundaries is not about putting a gate around other people. It's about you understanding that you have a maintained value, you have a maintained love for yourself, you have a maintained, what am I trying to say? You have a maintained standard for yourself, and you're not going to let anyone other than yourself negotiate what that standard is, no matter what is at stake, right? Because if it is a healthy and loving relationship, these things are not going to your values. These things are not going to come at a cost to you. No one asks you to sacrifice that. No one. No one. So it should not be something negotiable for you, right? So that's number two, to surrender yourself. And once you've done that, you have completed that process of saying, you know what? I'm surrendering all of these things of the old me. And after you surrender that, we're going to go into that, the next step after that. Then you have to start envisioning, what does the new you look like? And I'm not talking about physical looks, even though those will begin to change as well too. I'm talking about internally. What does the new you look like? What does the new you think? How does the new you eat? What kind of things are the new you interested in? Yes, this is new era energy. And for those of you who have the Galactic E-Files, you might want to get it. I don't know if is it still available? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But maybe I'll make it available if anybody is still interested. But you have to begin to think, what does a new era, new chapter, brand new, clean slate, what does that look like? You see many YouTube channels when people say, if I was to start a YouTube channel today, here's what I would do. You have to evaluate your life that way. If you were to start your life over today, what would you do? And I want us all to write that question underneath surrender. If I were to start a new life today, what would I do? If you were to start a brand new life, what would you do? Brand new life today. So you're not going back to be the baby in the womb today. Someone said today we're going to press the button. It's your new life. What would you do? Now, I'm going to throw an air of counsel caution here. The counsel caution I'm going to give you here. Whatever you write down, that's it. So think about it. Whatever you write down, I want you to really take it in yourself that what I'm writing down, that's when it starts. So if you say, I no longer stay up past 4 o'clock. Now, of course, we're intelligent beings. We're talking about things within reason. Maybe a situation, not life threatening, but it could be a situation that require. But on average, I'm not doing that. The new me would not do that. But we're going to scratch that off. Let me tell you why we're scratching that off. Because the question was, what are you not going to do? It's not what you're not going to do. What would you do? And I'm telling you all this because the mind is instantly going to tell you what you won't do. No, what will you do? I will go to bed before 4 p.m. That's simple. Just like Black Gold Road, I would take this trip to Singapore and not fret over it. There it is. But I want you to reword that because you're still letting that old life, that old you come in. So cut off the not fret because we already surrendered that and put I will go to Singapore. So now you are projecting yourself into the new reality and into your new future. Because as long as you say, I would, you're still telling me that this is coming from the past. It's not I would. I am going to Singapore. Now, it may not have been in your old life of you went, but now in your new life, you will go to Singapore. Do you all understand what I'm telling you? I'm giving you the magic in here. Because if you put I would instead of, or if you say I would not, that's it. I am going to Singapore and having a ball. There you go. You brought yourself into the future. Now be advised. A little caution counsel. You have projected yourself and Singapore into the future, which I'm sure you're saying, that's what I want, Ms.Blue. That's a great thing. I want to go to Singapore. There you go. That's how you bring that into the future. And you're going to see how things naturally start to line up. And you're going to say, dang, in my old life, I had a chance to go to Singapore. I kind of felt like I couldn't go. It was things like this. And people say, wow, and you're here? Yeah, because in my new era, I'm going to Singapore and now I'm here. So Brittany Vise said, I will graduate from law school in 2028. Period, point blank. I will. That's it. There you go. You're on your way. And nothing can stop you. You're on your way. You have to be able to see it like that. So now we're talking about things that we can do. But here's where you're going to have to drill down. I need to know, what must you do day to day to get you there? Because it can't be, and I'm talking to me, it can't be staying up till 4 o'clock at night. It can't be being online 24 hours a day. It can't be hanging out with my friends all the time and going shopping. It can't be recklessly just buying just to be buying and not thinking about things that I want to do. It can't be not exercising at least 4 times a week. You need specific things in your day-to-day life. Remember, you're building a whole you, not an event. Do not treat your life like an event. Singapore law school is an event. Those things will happen, but I need you to get into your day-to-day life because this is where the change has to be. And if you can't see it in your day-to-day, you will have a stretch beyond trying to transform yourself into these events. Remember, I want you to think of the events like the other planets in our galaxy. But Earth is your day to day. So you have to be able to get into your day to day. How do you dress? What thoughts do you have? What happens when you get upset? What is your emotional state of being? What are the things in your life that bring you joy? What kind of food do you eat? What is your exercise regimen look like? And what do you do for yourself to nurture your spirit and your soul? What is those practices for you day to day in the 24-hour clock? What does that look like? That's where you're going to get your success. It is not going to come from the event. Are you over processing, over analyzing your thoughts? Are you building your intuitive mind? What are you working on within yourself? What are the parts of you that are weak that need to be strengthened? How are you going to strengthen them? What is your plan of action for strengthening these parts of who you are? Where are the insecurities in your old era? You were insecure about relationships. How are you in this new era? How are you going to deal with these relationships? How are you going to deal with them in your day-to-day life? What does your self-love process look like for yourself? How are you in friendships and connections? What does that look like for you in your day-to-day life? What parts of you do you need to strengthen, upgrade, elevate in your life when you are here, but you know you really should be here? And we all know where they are. I'm here with this. I may be here with my finances, but I know I need to be here. And so I got to figure out how to get from here to here. That takes day to day actions. And it starts on the inside. It starts within here. That's why self-love is so important. These things that we do, we talk about, we work with, we connect with every single day. Trash bag fashion, welcome on in. And I say that in the most loving way. Oceanic blues, welcome on in. But you have to think and ask yourself, if you are here and you know you're supposed to be here, how do I get there? What does that look like day to day? It ain't a jump. This ain't the leap. This is a day to day process. Day to day process. Welcome on in, Alchemist Empress. I love the name. What does it look like? Day to day. You have to break that down. Day to day. And then you have to stay committed to that day to day. You can't falter and go back to the old you, because now you have just corrupted the blueprint. It's corrupt. If you only do it on a Saturday, you only do it on a Sunday, you only do it on a Friday, you only do it on a Monday, you've corrupted it. So it's not going to work. You have to see what it looks like day to day. And that's why I say, think about it. Think about it. Take the steps. If you say, I'm going to start getting up, and the first thing I want to do when I get up is I want to sit with myself. I want to meditate for a while. I want to plan my day out. I want to do this. And before I start jumping into going to work, or does that mean I got to get up early? It might. You might have to get up extra early. Maybe you're a day workouter and you got to get up early in the day. So you say, well, dang, I don't want to do it at night. I got to do it in the daytime. You have to begin to start looking at that. How do you keep yourself from falling back into the old pattern? How do you keep yourself from falling back into the old pattern? You set a good precedent and do these steps so you have a fail-safe program. And then you go with it. But you're not going to get around doing the work. That's why I say, once you get that day-to-day list, you start trying 3 or 4 things out and you start working with it. It's a gradual process. Now, some of you have been mentally prepping yourself. So literally you can go to sleep tonight and wake up tomorrow like, ta-da, new me. Yep. And you can stop. I know people who have been smoking 20, 30 years, and all of a sudden they get a realization from a doctor, from family members, their loved ones, and they say, today is that day, and quit and never look back. They have done it with many things. I understand everyone is not built that way and everyone can't do that. And that's okay. But for those of you who have been toying, who have been flirting with this idea of really giving yourself a character upgrade, you know what I'm talking about. You can literally go to sleep, do your little ritual, read your little list, lay down tonight and wake up tomorrow, and it's done because you've already been slowly putting in the work. And it's okay if you haven't. So what you do, Rose, is you start it in the part, you find one piece that you know is going to be easy because you've been attempting to do it anyway. And then you find one that is challenging and you put them together. But if you keep telling yourself, I'm going to fall back, and what if you keep planning to fail, then you must fail. If you plan to win, then you must win. So the question should be, how do I keep myself winning? Not how do I keep myself from falling back? Because if you put a plan in place to fail, then you're going to fail. Sometimes, not always, it's going to be very controversial. Sometimes You don't need a plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. You don't need all of them. Sometimes you need a plan and that's it. There is no what if this doesn't work, because some of us have come to that point in our lives where we don't have those options. It's do or die. You have to do it. So if I told you you have to do it, like Butch and Sonny, we have to go get them. We're not thinking about, well, what do we do if it doesn't work? No, 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 no. It has to work. And then we need to put all of the drive and everything in there. Does it mean that things won't fail? Absolutely not. Things may still fail, but I guarantee you, you would have put more effort into it if you knew this is it. But if you keep thinking, I got all these chances, and I can just keep messing up and keep messing up and keep messing up and keep messing up and keep messing up. Oh, you're going to go until your back is up against the wall. I did a whole show about that. Make sure you check it out. It's a Planet Earth favorite. But if you knew, not that you couldn't fail, I want you to think I can fail. So you're right, Rose. I want you to be thinking, damn, this could fail. And then I want you to be thinking, but I can do this. And your I can do this needs to override this can fail. Your focus doesn't need to be on failing. Your focus needs to be on succeeding in this, because that's the only way you're going to get over that obstacle. We have become so complacent in who we are that we sleep on ourselves every single day. And so, yes, it's great to have people in your life to let you know what you're capable of and how beautiful you are and how loving you are and what you can do and what you're good at. But what happens when those people become quiet and you're not getting fed that and you're not hearing that because you're not used to telling yourself that? Then you start to second guess yourself. You start searching everywhere for confirmation, any place to get validation, love, security, all of this. You just out here desperately, like a junkie, trying to get something that you don't even realize you have a gold mine of that lives inside of you. I've been teaching this for 25 years. But I want you to understand that every time that I am speaking and teaching this, this is me sort of kind of how I was talking to my old self to get me here. So I'm not telling you something that I don't know. I'm telling you something that I know and I lived, because this is how I had to speak to myself to get me where I know I need to be. And it can work for you too. So you got to know that this is how you got to talk to yourself to do it. We think we got all this time in the world to make all this shit happen. And in reality, we do, but not here. We do have all the time in the world, but not here. And sometimes, not always, you only get one shot at things. Some things, it's a one shot. You miss that opportunity, then hey, you will have to catch it in another lifetime. You don't want to be that person to realize that your complacency with who you are kept you where you are. You don't want to be that person. You don't. You don't want to live that life. It's not a good life. It's not a pretty life at all. At all. So, step 3. Step 3 is acknowledgement. So at the end of every day, you need to have an acknowledgement of what you did based on what you put your energy towards and you say you were going to do and what you were going to accomplish. You have to acknowledge what you did and what went forward, what you did. You have to acknowledge that. Like, wait a minute, I want to acknowledge myself because today I really, really, really did these things that I said I was going to do. Now, I might have been a little late, but I got it done. You have to acknowledge that. Remember, inspiration, write this down under step 3. Inspiration has to be fed. It doesn't, you just don't get inspired and wait for the next inspiration. You have to feed inspiration. How do you feed inspiration? By acknowledgement of the first inspiration. It is the spirit is moving. And when you acknowledge that you have had that inspiration and you are moving yourself forward, you can use that inspiration. That's the spark. That's the flame that they talk about all the time. That's the spark. It's just like going camping. If you have wood and you have fire, if you don't keep putting wood in that fire is going to go out. It has to be fed. You have to feed your inspiration yourself. Because when you feed inspiration from outside of yourself, it becomes junk food. It's unhealthy because it can't cause your fire to keep burning. It's temporary. It's a false flame. It's false. It's not real. Can we help each other spark a fire? Absolutely. But you have to keep it going. Otherwise, you're going to constantly be looking for people. Come on, baby, light my. You're going to look for anybody to light your fire because you can't light your own fire. You have to be a fire starter, and that fire has to be able to be started, maintained by you. Now, granted, we have times in our lives where we need others to really start a fire for us. And after that, we have to take the responsibility to say, thank you. Thank you for starting that fire. And now I'm going to get that wood so I can keep this going. I'm going to make sure if I don't do nothing else today, I'm going to keep that fire going that I got from the remix. I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to do something today to keep it going. But if you don't go back and you don't acknowledge yourself, we're so good about acknowledging others. And trust me, that is needed. That is needed. Spirit to spirit, that is needed. And I thank you all for your acknowledgement. That's why I always acknowledge you guys. We need that. That is a part of our growth. However, that alone cannot cause transformation. You have to take some action from that. That alone will not cause you to transform. You have to do more than that. And the more than that you have to do is you got to know how to spark your fire. So at the end of the day, the middle of the day, whenever you feel like it, you must give that acknowledgement to yourself. I acknowledge. It's going to seem silly in the beginning. It's going to seem like, wait, am I feeding my ego? Listen, you are feeding your ego, but everything we have been taught about the ego is a lie. It is a lie to keep social class. It's a lie to keep people separated. It is a lie to keep you under control. It's a lie. I heard one of my spiritual teachers said we need to take those books that was written by Sigmund Freud and all of them that came up with the ego and burn that bitch down. Nobody should ever read those books again. The degree that humanity has been programmed, whether consciously or unconsciously, is insane. But know that you are the generation, whether you are Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen M, Gen C, Gen B, Gen Zero, whatever, Gen M, it doesn't matter what your gem is. If you are still alive, breathing on the planet at this time, we came back to elevate and upgrade humanity on earth. But we can't do it if we're still following outdone and outdated programs. That's a lie. What they have told you about an ego is a lie. It is to keep you separated from who you are. That's what it is. Keep you separated so you don't get too full of yourself. And what do we say about anyone who's accomplished anything on this planet? Oh, they always in their damn ego. They think too much of themselves. No, you think too less of your damn self. And they love it that way because it keeps you in your place. You move a little different. You scared of every damn thing. You scared of the dead and you scared of the living. You scared of everything. You can't move. You can't think unless somebody gives you or tell you when to move, when to think. For those of you who was in the conversation with me the other night, I see that that's one of the things that I said I wouldn't do no more. I'm not biting my tongue anymore. I'm not only allowing myself to speak out when we are in our sacred spaces. Listen, listen. Time is over for that. I don't case y'all didn't realize it. It's over. That time is over. It's done with. We're grateful for it. We're thankful for it. But if we don't start adjusting how we think, how we see life, how we elevate, how we love ourselves, how we love each other, we're just going to keep repeating history again and not the good parts. Because there's some beautiful parts of history, some loving parts of history. We want to repeat those parts and we want to elevate. We want to show ourselves and our ancestors that we can elevate past what they have given us. And at this point, they knew so much more than we knew. They didn't separate the worlds. That's why years ago, and this was up for a debate back then, I told people no such thing as a mundane life. What the hell is that? What the hell is mundane? You are a powerful spiritual being. How the hell could anything you do be mundane? How is that even possible? Can you do some things that's out of your own best interests? Can it be self-defeating and self-sabotaging? Absolutely. But it ain't mundane. You're a spiritual being. So that means anything you do, say, touch, and be is spiritual. You have to get out of the religion definition of what it means to be spiritual. Spiritual doesn't make you better than nobody. You can be spiritual and be the biggest damn crazy ass fool on the planet. That doesn't give you a card to say that you got to flex because you spiritual. Everybody here is spiritual. It is a spiritual process to get your ass on the planet. How do you think you got here? How do you even think you got here? How do you even think you got here? So think about that. If you can take complete ownership for your whole entire life, complete ownership, understanding you are a aspect, because I know this makes you more comfortable. You are an aspect. You are a spark of the divine, God, the universe, the Most High, whatever you choose to call it. You're that spark. There is no one coming. That's why I came up with that years ago. But I should have wrote a book because it was like 50 million people after that that did books talking about nobody's coming to save you. But if you go look at my Instagram, you'll see how many years ago I came up with that. And it was a real life situation. Like, I'm sure many people had that realization. Ain't nobody coming to save me. Save your damn self. That's who you got to save. Yourself. You got to save you. Because why? You have the power to save you. Everything you need is inside of you. Everything. Does that mean that you can't learn something? No, it doesn't. But see, this is how the ego got you jacked the fuck up. You think because everything is in you, you don't need anyone. You didn't come to Earth with 8 billion people because you could do it by your damn self. What? No, that's a part of the process. That connection. The difference is we're supposed to be here and be of value to one another, not me just valuing you and you just get to sit back and take. No, no, no. Value to each other. Value to each other. Yes, Terry. Terry says, I am self, Lord, and Master. I remember you taught us that. Ashe to you. Yes. Ashe. That's who you are. But what gets us in the most trouble is not our ego, it's our mouth. Ugh, yikes. The power, life and death. That's what that really means. So you think it's okay that you say these things, you think these things, you feel these things, and you ain't nobody. You're nobody. So it's not affecting your world. It's not affecting your children. It's not affecting your family. It's not affecting your health. It's not affecting your life. It's not affecting nothing. You're just a zero here. And so it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't matter what you say. You have no power. Everything else outside of you, the tree, the grass, the cats, the dog, the winds, the flowers, the trees, the planet, the sun, the moon is more powerful than you. And all they got to say is boo. And you, I thought that butterfly was going to kill me. Really? Really? We got to wake up. We got to wake up. We got to wake up. We've got to wake up. And when I say we got to wake up, that means if you're listening to me. Because if you're not here, you're not interested in none of this. Like none of this. Just click off, do yourself a favor, click off and go back to your regularly scheduled program. Just click this shit off. Click it off. Go back to what you were doing. Go back to your life. Never look back again. Don't come back over here again. Unsubscribe and go back to doing what you've been doing. Just go back to it. You'll be better off that way because you ain't going to like what I'm about to tell you. You're not going to like it. We are moving closer to what our ancestors call the age of Aquarius, right? For whatever it's worth, believe it or not believe it. Don't get yourself twisted. Understand what that means. Number one, it's responsibility of self. Let's just look at the symbolism of it. It's acknowledgement of humanity as a whole. That means that you want things so that it is a unity that can happen, that you can go outside without your neighbor trying to shoot and kill you just because you're taking out the trash. That's what that means. That means that your children can walk home from school without you trying to put a tracker on them or scared that they're going to get snatched or something worse happen to them. That's what that means. That means that you can cut on your water faucet and you can get you a glass of water without wondering, is it going to kill you? Or better yet, if water is even going to come out of this glass. That means when you go to the grocery store, you know, all those aisles with all those shelves of what we call fake food. You know, when I was coming up, how many people had an easy bake oven? How many people had the Barbie kitchen where we had the fake food and you go like this deep and and you make the little sound because you were pulling the food across? We all knew that, not the easy bake oven, because baby, you could eat those cakes and they were tasty cakes, right? Them cakes were good, not that. But the Barbie stuff, we knew that wasn't real food. So when we were holding up the food to Barbie's little mouth and giving Ken like the little stuff, we knew they wasn't really eating that. So what do you think is happening when you go in the grocery store and the real food is on the outer perimeters? Everything else in the middle, that's play food. Did y'all know that? That's play. That ain't real. It's play. That ain't real food. It's play. It's just like Ken and Barbie. You doing like this. Deep, that'll be 750. Deep. Let me see if I got enough change. Deep. That's play food. That's not real food. I'm not judging you because I eat some play food. Yes, I raise my hand. I try not to, but it can be challenging sometimes. But it's play food. It's not real food. It does nothing for you. At best, your vibration, is at least what I tell myself, is keeping it from damaging me beyond repair. Okay? Beyond repair. It's play food. It's play. It's play. It's not real. It's play. So you have to tell yourself, we were sitting up here playing in Barbie's kitchen. We didn't really eat today. Did we eat today or were we playing today? Because you got to get food that's alive because you're a living being. So you have to eat things that are alive. Now, am I trying to say that you can't have any kind of meat? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Not at all. But what I am telling you is you got to know what kind of world we're living in. We're living in this world. We're helping to create this world. And the more that we become okay and complacent with this world, you know, I had two sister girls in the store arguing about how much milk costs. I'm like, y'all still drinking? Okay. Everybody gets to do it the way they. This is the great thing about planet Earth. Everybody gets to do it the way they want. The sad part is those who claim they know, we the quietest group on the planet. We the quietest. We the quietest. So the group that don't know, they the loudest. So more of what they're okay with and what is happening keeps happening. Because we want to stay quiet. We don't want nobody to know we like the remix. We ain't gonna click like. We ain't gonna say. We ain't gonna do that. We gonna go over here where all this stuff we say we don't want. And that's what we're going to be a part of. We're going to be a part of that. No judgment, but we have to make sure that we are supporting things that we say we are about. Or our vote doesn't count. Speaking of which, I'm going to talk about this because it's important. Who remembers the movie Eddie Murphy played in? When he did the movie where he was running for president and he had to join all those different groups and he met with all these different groups and he ended up running for president. Who remembers that group? It was a very popular movie, but I noticed they don't really put that movie on Front Street that Eddie Murphy did. Anybody here remember what the name of that movie is? I can't think of the name of the movie, but anyway, we are the only country. Yes, that's it. The only, oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's it. Not changing places. We are the only country in the world that use this stupid, crazy system called the Electoral College. It's called the Distinguished Gentleman. That's it. The Electoral College, where the people do not decide who the president is. I'm not telling anyone not to vote, but I'm telling you to educate yourself on our voting system. The state, the city that you live in, your senator, your governor, your mayor, city council, your vote counts. It counts in a big way. When it comes to the president of the United States of America, your vote don't count. I'll give you a backstory on how I know, because I sat on the Electoral College board and I got to see behind the scenes how that works. And this is when President Obama, Hillary Clinton, everybody was running. And folks wanted to cuss me out because I tried to explain to them, you're doing all of this. You should focus on your state, your senator, your governor, your mayor, your city council, because your vote does not count when it comes to the Electoral College. I remember when Hillary was understanding that she didn't win, she seemed very confused and said, I won the popular vote, because her people were saying Hillary had won. And she was confused. How could she have not won? She won the popular vote. Well, because the popular vote, you try to tell them all the time, Alchemist, the popular vote means nothing when it comes to the presidency. It is the Electoral College. So what happens with the Electoral College, it is these different groups and organizations that have electoral votes. You want to know who these groups are? You know how you see the bagpipe people play when the president went and they have the band, and you see these groups you've never heard of. They're the ones that hold the electoral votes. And they sit in their clubs and they say, who we voting for? Because we got 4 electoral votes. We're going to give all 4 of our votes to this person. We're going to give all 3 of our votes to this person. President Barack Obama, when he was in office, he won not because we all stood in line for 18 hours and 29 minutes and 37 seconds. He won because he got the electoral votes. That means they really wanted him to be president. Yeah, that part. But here's the thing, they teach you this in elementary school. I guess we didn't believe it. Maybe we thought that's a fluke. That's not real. I don't know what we thought. But I would tell you the average American doesn't know that. The average American doesn't know that. I would hope one day we would get to the point where the popular vote, meaning the vote of the people, see, this is all about moving towards more of that Aquarius energy, that the popular vote, meaning the people, determine the presidency. But as it stands right now, not in America. That's not who determines who become president. It's the electoral votes. It's not a hidden secret. It's not a trick. Ain't nobody hide nothing from you. You were taught this in elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and they put it all on television. Every year you see them add them electoral votes, and I see people yelling and screaming and cheering as if they thought their vote went into that. That's not your vote. You're not one of those groups. And last time I checked, I don't know no melanin, African American, any group come out and say, we got 8 electoral votes this year. I ain't seen no other culture either. So who really got those electoral votes? Because you don't get to see who's a part of the electoral college. They don't reveal that to you minions. You don't get to see that, boo-boo. You don't get to know who they are. You don't get to know that we meet on Thursday at 7 p.m. and we told you we were going to the coffee shop. You don't get to know who them people are. You don't even know them or know they're a part of that group. And the electoral college was started because they realized in the 1900s that the average person wasn't intelligent enough. They couldn't, half of them couldn't read and write. And we're not talking about black people. We talking about the people who took over America. That they wasn't intelligent enough to even decide on who the presidents should be. So, Uncle Johnny that got that farm and he got that business downtown and he run the newspaper and he's a part of the Bagpikers Club, we're going to give them votes to him because the rest of y'all is too dumb and stupid to know what to do. We can't entrust this country in that way at all. We can't dare let you everyday people. If we stop you on the street and ask you, tell us, break down the government system, you don't even know what that is. You don't even know what that is. If I was to ask you who your senator is, you clueless. You clueless about that. If I was to ask you who is our VP, you don't even know who that person is. You ain't getting no vote. Vote for the president. No, 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 no. Play around in your little city. That's what you do down there. But you're not coming up here telling us anything. Half of y'all ain't been across your own state lines. You think we gonna let you tell us who the president is? You're not intelligent enough to do that. I guess that's still the consensus. But my hope is, and I don't do a lot of hoping, that we will eventually get rid of that system. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it started. Literally, not my words. Literally, you can go across sites and there's documentation to tell you that is their mindset, why they did it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not telling you your vote doesn't count. I'm telling you to make your vote count where it counts because maybe you'll run across some of them people who are in the electoral college and maybe they'll have a heart and take you into consideration, which most of them, you understand what their consideration is, that you somebody that don't know what you're talking about. So if I think you don't know what you're talking about, am I really taking what you say into consideration? How much consideration am I taking in that? So we have some changes that need to be made and some changes um, that need to happen. I could be wrong, but I think, I don't know. I don't want to say it was a president in office, a couple of them that tried to get rid of the electoral college, but the people just really didn't understand what that was. So they went so against it and fought against it and said, oh, hell no. It's interesting that when you become a senator, I don't know if anybody here ever thought about becoming a senator, but no flex. Had I known maybe when I was back in my early teens, it might have been a profession. Do you know you can be a senator for one term and you get taken care of for the rest of your life? You get taken care of for the rest of your life. You get taken care. Y'all didn't hear me. You get taken care of for the rest of your life, you and your family. You get taken care of for the rest of your life. But we have men and women, I know, because some of y'all are part of the remix and you serve in the armed forces and you got to fight to be taken care of. We still have veterans out here homeless who are protecting what we know is freedom for this country, and they don't get taken care of for the rest of their life. But if you are a senator, you ain't shot no bullets, you ain't stood in front of no baby to protect them, you ain't ran down no street to save a grandmother. And guess what? And guess what? You ain't did none of that. But we going to take care of you for the rest of your life. Just some things to think about while we're all upgrading our lives. Because I know some of you out here, y'all can be senators. Y'all can be senators. You can't sleep on yourself. Brittany said, I'm running for office after this. I know that's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's a term. 3 years is all you need. Can you give up 3 years? Because I think for the service, you sign a contract for 2 or 3 years. They sign that contract. And then they tell you, get along, little Johnny. You go back where you came from. Get along. But if you a senator, baby, you on chill status for the rest of your life. For life. You ain't got to wish about having a moment. You're going to have that moment for life. Imagine that. Imagine that. Whoever thought of that must have been a genius, huh? You think? Just some things for you to think about. Just some things to think about. Yeah, some things to think about while we're thinking about, you know, if you vote, who you vote. Have that conversation with your senator. Wow, you're going to be protected for the rest of your life? Yeah. What you going to do for me? That's why where you can vote, you need to understand the power. See, that's the real power of your vote, but nobody don't want to have those kind of conversations. We want to rock the vote. No, we don't need to rock the vote. We need to understand the power of our vote and be educated. So when you're making that vote, you are making the vote for somebody that you know, oh, you going to have my interests. You want my vote? You going to give me some interest. Mm-hmm. So I want you to understand that. Yeah. Sound like some of them electoral folks came up with that. Probably. But I just found that so interesting. I said, "Oh my God. I should have been a senator for life." I would have been at that Nicki concert for life. They would have said, "Ain't that Senator Blue for life?" I wish that I do have this moment for life. I do have this moment for life, literally for life. But, when I was studying ancient Egypt, and I was also studying, the terracotta soldiers and the soldiers coming out of the East. Most of our ancient civilizations, when their men and women served in their service, they gave them land. They gave them land. They gave them supplies to build their home, their house, and they gave them perks for the rest of their lives after serving. That's why I say we brag about all the things we're creating, and we are doing some good things on earth, don't it? Yeah, I'm on my crystal ball box tonight or today. But our ancestors, they was doing stuff at a very high level. I just think we need to step it up. These are the conversations I have with myself. So I'm just kind of letting y'all in. We're doing a little matrix chit chat here. So I'm just kind of letting y'all in on what I be thinking about. I don't know what y'all think I'd be thinking about, but this is what I be thinking about. Like, damn, I could have been Senator Blue. I could have been sitting there. I could have served my little 3-year term. And I could have been back out in these cosmic streets still doing the show. Because I'm taken care of for life. For life. You understand? No taxes. Gone, throw it in the bag. Could have been at the games, the football games, the basketball games. Could have been doing all of that. Now, don't get me wrong. They have a job as well, too. I just think we need to relook at all of this. You guys know what I think about the Constitution. I think we need to find a city, a place that we all agree upon, or at least most of us. We need to build a beautiful museum. It needs to be state of the art with all of this technology in there. And we need to get giant copies of the Constitution, blow it up, put it on the wall, and make it an exhibit. Have it real fancy when the child comes up there, just go, woof. And then all of a sudden the voice would come out. Hell, I'll do a voiceover. The Constitution of the United States of America. This was formed back in whenever it was formed. And read to the children and tell them. And then all of a sudden the child goes over to the next thing and go. And when they put their hand up there, then the video will come down. When the Constitution was first derived, people were still riding in horse and buggies. And then you hear the horse. You see the little pictures, and the children are sitting there watching it in live time. They get to go through the other thing. You get to put on costumes and dress back in different centuries and different ages. And then you go through the next room. This is going to be real cool. Lots of lights, colors, and everything. You know how we like all of that, right? You sit down for a moment. It's a whole experience. You put the headset on. The child gets to pick. California. And they start telling about the laws and stuff in California and the people. New York City. They start telling about New York City. Pennsylvania. And they get to see it all. And at the end, they give them a little quiz. You know, whether you're a child or an adult, you go in there, you take the little quiz, and afterwards, they give you a certificate that says that you went through the original Constitution of America Interactive Library Museum. And then when you come out of there, you get an opportunity to go into the other section. But you wait a minute, you have lunch. And then you come into the other section. And this is the new Constitution. And you see people from all walks of life up on the thing. And they're speaking their language. They're doing their dances. They're in the city. And then down comes the new Constitution. And the child gets to go. And they put their thing, and then a signature block comes up, and they grab their little cosmic little stylus, and they sign their name after they explain the new Constitution that brings everybody to the table, baby. And the child signs their name, and it goes, and they see their signature, just like our founding fathers of America, the founding fathers, not our founding fathers, but the founding fathers. They see their little signature up on that board. It gets printed out. They get to take it home. And now they are a part of the new Americas. The schools will enforce it. Our workplace will enforce it. Our jobs will enforce it. We will enforce it in everything that we are doing because it is a consideration for everyone to live in a place of harmony, peace, justice, and equality for all. Yeah, that's my vision. That's my vision right there. I think it'll be the coolest thing in the world and everybody would want to go there. You know, it's literally if you start a new job, let's say you come work at the Blueberry Media Company and I say, "Oh, you haven't gone?" "Oh, well, that's going to be your first assignment. We're going to go ahead, put you on a 5-day trip, and you can bring a plus one." We love plus ones. Bring your plus one. And oh, you have children. Children travel free. You can bring your children, and the company will pay for it because before you can work here, you need to understand that everyone counts and everyone matters. And this is how we gonna do this thing right here. And let those children let you go on and do that. And they say we got a new employee, but they don't start until next week because we need them to go ahead and get acclimated here. Yeah, that part. Hmm. That's what I would do. Y'all gonna vote for me as senator? Let me know. Who voting for me? Y'all gonna vote for me? Y'all gonna vote? Does the end of it have a gift shop? Listen, I would love to. Yes, Black Gold, you want to do the gift shop? Okay, Black Gold, you're going to be in charge of the gift shop at the end. And then we're going to need photographers because everybody going to want a picture for the gram. We gonna need that. Yeah, we gonna have all of that. We gonna need that. We gonna need that. We gonna need that at the end. And people will come from other countries. They will marvel at it. They will marvel at it. They will say, whoa, they got it. But mark my word, we got a global thing going on with Butch and Sunny. You know, I was a little too hard with that Butch and Sunny yesterday. You know, after doing a little bit of reflection, I can understand why Sunny's husband said she's in her happy place. Because when you take a job like that, all serious, when you take a job like that, you already know what time it is. See, with anything that you do in life, there's risk. It comes with a degree of risk. Some of us take bigger risk than others. And this is why some of us get bigger rewards than others. Because a lot of times, not always, sometimes risk will take you out here. But when you take big risk like that, there are very big rewards. And so I understand why her husband said she is in her happy place. I know what he thinking, but who me? She has been wanting to go to outer space and be up there since she's been 5 years old. I'm not coming in to crush her dreams. And I guarantee you, they already done did what they needed to do before she got on that spaceship. They already done had the conversation. If it blow up on the way up there, if it blow up on the way down, if I never come back, if I don't see you again, ever again, I want you to understand that I did what I love doing, and that's how I'm coming and going in this world. And that's to be respected. That's to be respected on some levels. And I'm sure Butch and his wife done had that meeting as well. It don't matter. When you've been with somebody for that long, you already know. You know what time it is. And I'm quite sure that's why her husband said she's in her happy place. She is in her happy place. And I also know why Butch's wife said what she said. It's in the Lord's hands now. Yeah. And I know why Butch said it is what it is. You understand? Whole lot of things can happen up there with somebody. I think somebody was talking about that yesterday. You with somebody, you up there for 6, 9 months, over a year, whatever. A lot of freakiness can happen. I'm sure they done had that conversation. You ain't got no gravity. You get an opportunity to do some things you can't do on Earth. I mean, it could be all kinds of things going on there. Only thing I wanted to bring light to is Butch's head. That was great concern to me. I can look at their auras and their energy and tell, baby, it's some things going on up there. And whether they thought they wanted to be there or not, when they come back, they will never be the same. You don't go in outer space and come back the same. It's some things in our lives when you take you take that road, you're not going to be the same. And you all know that. There's been points in your life that you have done certain things. You already know there is no coming back from this. You're not the same anymore. Mhm. It would be a nice way to exit doing what you love. Maybe Butch and Sunny are married now. No, they both have partners. I don't think this is about a earthly marriage. This is a quest bigger than that. And I'm sure that quest for going into space, that's something that has to be in you. You don't wake up and want to be an astronaut. I don't think that happens like that. I think these are individuals that this is a part of their purpose of coming to the planet. But what I'm saying to you is by them being up there in space, that altitude affects you in different ways. There's even been some astronauts recorded when they came back, they suffer from amnesia. And sometimes it takes them a minute to get acclimated to even remember they have a family, uh, who they're connected to. It could be a whole lot of things that change you from there. That's right. It's a different type of mile high. So what I'm trying to tell you, after it ain't so much we gonna do looking in each other face with nothing to do, and we stuck in outer space. You don't know how that altitude may affect your mind, your process for thinking, your process for who you are and what you remember yourself to be. So I'm not saying they gonna get married. I'm saying they might get to thinking we could break a couple of records while we up here. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's what they doing. I'm saying they could say, you know what? Let's just take advantage of all this record breaking we got going on. And I'm quite sure their partners already done had that conversation with them. And they done talked about it before they went. And they thinking it is what it is, you know? Not that they get lonely. Maybe they don't remember. He may come back and say, what are you talking about? Sonny, me and Sonny been together. I got children. I don't remember no children. Because it affects your brain. It affects you. So what happens if he come back and don't remember his family? What happens if she come back and she don't remember her family? All they remember is each other. That's it. They don't remember nothing else. They like, what are you talking about? I don't remember that. I don't remember none of that. What are you talking about? I don't remember that. I don't remember that. They're like, okay, well, you got to stay in incubation a little longer because we got to feed you the details of your life. It's almost, you know what it's like? It could be like having a walk in. It literally could be like somebody having a walk in. You see those people, they have an accident or something and they're laying in the bed and the spouse is there crying, like, I'm so glad you're alive. And they say, ma'am, do I know you from somewhere? It's me, Johnny, your wife. I'm sorry? Nurse? Someone called the nurse. I don't know who this woman is. And the doctor comes in and says, I'm sorry. You know, that trauma to the brain, amnesia. Give him a couple of days. I'm sure he'll recover. Fast forward 3 years. He don't know none of these people. The kids is flopping around, daddy, daddy. And he like, I ain't your daddy. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember none of this. But the night that you came and me and you, we were on top of the Eiffel Tower. I never been to Paris. I don't even like Paris. Hey, stranger things can happen. But yeah, when people have walk-ins, sometimes that happen. And the person will come back and say, I kind of remember some of that. I don't remember saying I do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember that. But we can get to know each other again. Yeah, we can start all over. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can start all over. Yeah, it happens. You mad at Miss? I know y'all can see that skit in y'all head. Come on now. Yeah, that literally happens to people. If you ever met somebody that had a walk in, they totally different. They the same, but not. You like something real strange. Something real strange about Black Gold. Something strange about Black Gold. I don't know. You see the way they came in the work? I ain't never seen that suit before. They would never wear nothing like that. It's they walk in. Got a whole new attitude. It's the walk in. Y'all know I got to walk in if I tell y'all I hate Godiva. Ugh, yuck. Godiva chocolate, that nasty stuff. Say, oh, it's a walk in. Somebody done walked in and took over Ms.Blue. Even though I haven't had Godiva in years now. But anyway, it can happen. We don't get too many walk ins on Earth anymore. Many of us have had an opportunity to upgrade and turn our blueprints in ourselves. So we don't have as like in the past, we have more ways to transform our lives. So we don't really have a lot of walk-ins, even though I'm just low key. Some of y'all out here listening, some of y'all are walk-ins and I know it. Some of y'all are walk-ins because I look at some of the stuff I said, oh, that's a walk-in right there. Somebody done walked in and took over. Took over. Somebody done walked in and totally took over. And they don't even know it. Then took over that person's whole entire life. Done walked in and took over them. I said, damn, walk-ins. But yeah, I know we are still here. Them phone lines are not working, but if y'all have questions, this is just a matrix chit chat. So hopefully y'all are enjoying. Let's get these likes up. If we are enjoying this, we're going to run this. We're going to run this up. Since we throwing it out there, if we get about, let's see, we get about 3K on this video, I'm going to do something real special. I'm going to do something real special for y'all. 3K. We need to run this up to 3K. 3K views. We need to run this up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know I triggered some walk-ins around here. But it's okay that you had, I know them sparkles, right? I triggered them walk-ins. Some walk-ins out here, some walk-ins. What happened to the old them? The old them went on to another. So walk-ins are an agreement where one soul decides that when it gets to this point in my life, for the for the for the agreement of being on earth, they may say, you know what, I don't really want to leave my family per se. Not really. I want to be here, but I don't. So I'm going to get a walk in to take my place and I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to let them finish this time out. So they have an agreement with the walk in, but the walk in knows everything about their life, but they're not able to, because emotions only exist on earth. So they're not able to express the emotions in the same way. Your emotions are almost like a fingerprint. Nobody else has your emotional template on this planet. You're the only one. So you can really tell when someone's in a walk in, because the first thing will change is how they express themselves emotionally, whether happy, sad, angry, mad, whatever. There is a difference in how they express themselves. And so this is usually when you can be like, mm, that person's like, yeah, that was great. And you thinking, nah, Tyrone don't say, yeah, it's great. That's not how he expressed happiness. It's a little different, you know. But have no fear. Very few walk ins on the planet. It's not really a need because we've been able to reincarnate while we're here. We have watched Kanye do it. Rihanna has done it. I'm just giving you cases that you can see outside yourself where people have had a walk in. What's the doctor that used to be the brain surgeon? He had a walk in and then I think he had a walk out because we ain't heard from him since. What's his name? Ben Carson? Yeah, he had a walk in and a walk out. I think he had a walk in and then that walk in walked out. And I don't know who's I don't know because I haven't seen him since then. But emotions, yeah, only exist on Earth. What do we have on other dimensions? There's, from what I have been told, on other dimensions, it's not a need for emotions in this way. Yeah. hmm It's not a need for emotions. It's very few places within the galaxies, because there's multiple ones, um, where you need emotions. Emotions, it's so that we can animate in these avatar bodies. In most places, they are using higher sensory to even communicate. And so there's differences in even what we would consider to be language. Like they don't need to talk, they can telepathically tell your ass some shit, just looking at you. And you get the message. But here, because of our physical body, we need these, we need the animation of this avatar. And so the emotions come with that. That's why our emotions are so impactful to us. So emotions can cause us to become emotionally, mentally, and physically ill, diseased, imbalanced, with different things in our lives because of that. So that is the importance of your emotions, because it can throw your whole electromagnetic system out of balance, you know, um, with that. Yeah, and that's another reason, King, because other places doesn't have the degree of duality that is here. That's a part of, at least from my understanding, it's a part of what we're here to learn. So you have to imagine everything is dark on earth. Everything is dark. That's why it's not a flex to bring darkness here. So it's not so much that it's good and it's bad. These are earthly terms that we use, but it's not a flex. It's like me in a room and it's all dark. And you run in and go, ha ha, I cut the lights out. Really? It was already dark here. You didn't do anything. Now, if you run in my room and you say, I cut on some light, oh, you done did something. You were able to bring light here, but telling me that you cut off lights in an already dark room, you didn't do nothing. That's not a flex. So, this is why we always look at these acts of not bringing light as lower dimensional things, because it's already dark here. And the whole point of you coming is you are supposed to be the light bringer. So if you ain't bringing light, then what you bringing, Craig? Because it's already dark here, Craig. Craig, what you really doing, Craig? You playing with yourself. It's dark here already. It didn't take much to get into the darkness. That's not hard to be dark. It's already dark here. What are you saying? What are you doing? So that's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point. Hmm. That's what happened to me. I become imbalanced with too much emotions. Well, your emotions, and I want you to hear this, Sheppy Head. Your emotions is your superpower. You just don't know how to use it. Your emotions are your superpower. Us sensitive beings, we are the ones leading the forefront here. You just have to recognize how to use your emotions. And emotions being imbalanced doesn't mean you're emotionless. That is what the world wants to teach you. Show no emotions, and that means you have your emotions in balance. That's not what that means. In balance with your emotions means that you are properly utilizing the energy and the intel within your emotions. And so you know how to utilize these emotions and you understand what the intelligence is telling you and the superpower it's releasing inside of you. That's the purpose of understanding the work, the real work of the chakras, not understanding when it's out of balance, it's in balance, how to bring it in balance, how to do this. That's child's play. We need to be on adult version 3.0. That's child's play. We need to know how to use it as our superpowers. And so those are some of the things that I teach in the classes that I give. This is a superpower. Those of us who are feeling emotional and deeply sensitive beings, but not to use our emotions in an imbalanced way. For one, detecting where everything is wrong. That's a very waste of great, gorgeous, juicy power of everything we need to stay away from. Waste of that. Everything that is bad, that's a waste of using it. Yeah, that's right. Mess around and learn how to work with them tears. Absolutely. Because all of that is a superpower and it has great intelligence in it. Great intelligence. I want to close out with Butch and Sunny and then we're going to keep moving on. Um, like I mark my words, may not be no time soon, but I want to keep going on record saying they're going to change all this focus on every planet outside of Earth. Is going to start bringing our focus on Earth. Like I said, we haven't even figured out how to get things correct here on Earth. We haven't even explored our own place. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a space exploration. I think that we definitely need that. But to the degree that we're doing it, we need to bring that. Talk about balance. We need to bring that in balance. We can't even figure out how to secure the water on our planet. We are doing things. This is what I was going to say the other night. I went into it a little bit, but I'll talk about it here. I remember when I wanted to get what do you call those things? I wanted to get a hot tub in my a backyard, and I was going to build a gazebo and I wanted to get a hot tub. I told this story before, but I wanted to get a 6-person hot tub, with the lights and the waterfall, and you just get in there and the bubbly and oh my goodness, got the lounge chair, the whole thing. So I had did everything to get everything in place. I had to have the city come out before the guy could start building. Like I wanted it on a concrete slab because I wanted you to be able to, like you were walking on a little catwalk coming out the house. And then, you go into the gazebo, take off your robe and, have a little shower out there, little television, little something, little table, sit that chit chat, but a sky roof where I could see the stars and the moons and the planet and get in the hot tub and just have my own little oasis. So when the city finally came out to approve everything that they would need to be doing, one of the city engineers told me, he said, "Well, where are you gonna put it?" So here I go. Oh, I put little ribbons down. This is where I want to have it. And I want to have it right here. And I want to have it there. He said, well, you can't have it right there. I said, wait, what? Excuse me? He said, you can't have it right there. I said, why not? He said, because you ever notice, he was an old white man too, about to retire. He said, you ever notice that when it rains real hard, how you got this little line of water that go down your backyard and it's just like a little trickle line that's just kind of moving through your backyard? I said, yeah. He said, well, that little trickle, that little line that go all the way down, eventually that goes all the way down to the Brazos River. And there is a law that you cannot obstruct the natural flow of water. And by you building your gazebo for your hot tub right here, it's going to obstruct that natural flow of water. And that water is not going to make it to the Brazos River, eventually out to the Gulf of Mexico. It's not going to it's not going to make its way back there. So some of y'all remember me telling this story. So you can't put it right there. I was like, wait, what? So now I'm interested. I don't care about the hot tub no more. I said, explain this to me again. He breaks it down. He explained. He said, when you build a city and you see the water running down your street, that water eventually ends up in the ocean. He said, so we're real strict about, that's the only reason I'm coming out here. Because there is a little string of that water that could disrupt the Gulf of Mexico because you want to put a gazebo right here. I said, no problem. I'm going to cancel it, get my money back. No gazebo is going there. So I cherish that little space that goes all the way back out to the ocean. Every now and again, I take my little cup and for libations, ask the river, can I get a little bit of your water just for myself to do a little magic? And it grants me permission to do that. But I got to thinking, traveling, I love to drive because it helps me clear my mind. So when I'm going on the East Coast, the West Coast, or, driving in the Midwest and I'm traveling, especially when it's raining and I'm looking at the highways and I see certain parts that are flooded and I see other parts, I said, damn. Y'all needed the engineer we got down here in Texas to be out there because he wouldn't have let you build this bridge right here because you are obstructing the natural flow of water. And that has to mean something. And we have become reckless as custodians of planet Earth. But yet we want to go to Mars. We want to do a expedition. You remember when they was trying to send people to Mars? Y'all remember that? The remix, remember, because we did shows on it. They were asking people to put their application in. They were taking volunteers to go on holla if you hear me, a one-way flight to Mars. This ain't no Butch and Sunny. They wasn't tricking them. This was a one-way flight. And they were telling people to sign up to say that they would go on this exploration. We ain't figured out how to not mess our own ecosystem up. We trying to find another place to go when we tear this up. That's just like, when your kids are little and their friends all want to come over your house and they tear it up and then they all sit around and say, who house we want to go to next? And that's when I tell them all, y'all can go wherever you want and I'll call your mamas, but y'all gonna clean up before y'all leave. You're not coming over here tearing up and then going somewhere else. We don't move like that. So we've got to figure this thing out. But watch, when they come back, they're going to have a whole new attitude. That ain't going to be the only thing that changed them from being in outer space. It's a whole lot going on. So when Jupiter goes direct and Sunny and Butch come on back, they're going to have a lot to say. You know, I talked to them a little bit through their higher self. I'm not going to share what they said right now. We'll say that for another day. But yeah, I'm not going to share. I'm not going to share what they told me, what their higher self was saying. But we'll talk about that another day. We'll talk about that part. That part we'll talk about another day. But I wanted to close that out because yeah, that's going to be an ongoing conversation. I think it is important. It's important because that's what we do. We try to focus on everything outside of ourselves except for where we're at. You understand? And we're seeing this on a global scale. On a global scale, we're seeing this happen. That's what it looks like. You know, how do you explain that to yourself when you get where you're going? So what happened? Oh, I was trying to explore the moon. I don't even know if they were going to the moon, truth be told. I don't even know if they on the moon or they just at a space station that they done docked somewhere, you know, up in the corners of Earth. I just know that when I look at that head, it's concerning because that means their aura. When I can look at Butch's aura, I just seen this orange, bright orange, distorted energy that tells me about the kidneys. And I look at his head, I can tell there's pressure in that head. You know, I can look at Sunny and see some of the same things occurring, you know, that's happening. So, yeah, whether they want to be there, I'm sure there's astronauts that's been up there for 100+ days. That's not the point. Everything ain't for everybody. And sometimes things just don't go as planned. And that don't mean that we just sit there and take it. I think it's a great challenge for the world. Elon, work your magic. You have Alien. He gonna call some of his boys and they gonna figure it out. And girls and them and theys or whatever you want to say. They're gonna figure it out because he have Alien. So he's the person they need to be in close contact with to try to figure out how to get them back. Because I don't think NASA know how to get them back. It's gonna take a real alien, meaning someone who's been in another world to get them back. And Elon is the person that's going to be able to figure out how to get them back. And they need to be having conversations with Elon. Like him, love him, hate him. I don't care about any of that. He's half alien and he know what to do. He know what to do. He knows what to do. So we hope they come back soon. All right. So I'm going to take your questions. I know y'all say Ms.Blue is off the chain. Everybody done left the phone line. They like, damn. Hey, Mr. Dante. I didn't even see you slip up in the building. Good to see you. Good to see everyone here. I'm going to take some questions. If you do me a favor, if you asked the question yesterday and I answered it, give somebody else a chance. Give somebody else a chance. Let somebody else ask a question. Yeah. But yeah. Truth be told, they can call me too. I'm part alien too. Where my baby at? Let me get my baby here. I got so many email requests of people want to know where I got my alien at. I gave birth to him. That's where I got him at. There he is. He sees you. There he is. Right there. Just want to let y'all know he see you. He see you. He see you. I'm gonna tell y'all one night I was I was in the house. Baby Blue was out with her friends. And I kept seeing something flash. And I was on the other side of the house. And I said, oh, she must have left her TV on. I walked over there. This damn alien was sitting up on my desk talking about something. I said, I wish you would. I wish you would. Then he went, I said, that's what I thought. And it cut off. I said, not tonight. We're not doing that. Not. I said, not tonight. We're not doing that. No, we ain't. See, you listen. You have to be able to do that nowadays. We not listen. We not scared. We not never scared. I said, I wish you would. He was up there doing like this, tweaking. I said, what the hell? Oh, oh. I said, what in the hell is going on? I said, oh no. Then when I realized, I said, oh no, not tonight. Mm-mm. We're not doing that. Then he went, I said, that's what I thought. We're not doing that. It ain't happen again. I know if it was funny, y'all, you'll be saying, well, what was that, Ms.Blue? What happened? No, we're not going into none of that. I wish you would. We're not doing that. Listen, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I politely turned around, went back in my room, and kept watching Netflix. We're not doing that. We're not doing none of that. That? Oh no, we don't do that up in here. Where you thought you was at? I don't know. I don't know who he called, who he was playing with that day. Maybe he went and played with some of his friends or something. I don't know what they had going on. But I politely let them know we don't do that up in here. We don't do that. And that's what you have to be able to do. You know, you can command spirits. Roz, I'm about to tell you what I told baby alien. We don't do that up in here. Oh, listen. I love y'all. I love you. Oh, who is this? Tariq Haru, the legendary Ms.Blue. I remember when we used to bet you to show your face. Yeah, I got offered some really good money. Speaking of which, I should have took y'all up on some of that money. I could have probably been retired by now. They used to bet me money, and I used to get bet by some A-listers that would say, I'll pay you this if you come on and show yourself. I'm like, I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm not even here for none of that. See, and I'm still about that life. Let me be clear on that. What y'all didn't really understand that I am really about this life for real. Because I could have listen, if I was working for the dark side, listen, don't let me switch teams. Don't let me switch teams, baby. No, I wasn't. My thing was number one, I truly am a student of this. I'm a practitioner, but I'm a student of this. And I really, really authentically still wanted to know. And it was so much within myself I was working through and sharing at the same time. Remember, and I know a lot of people, King said my stomach hurt. Remember, a lot of you may know this about me, but it took me some time to really wrap my head around and understand most of my life of getting past being kidnapped twice. Don't get me wrong. I think I'm just as beautiful as the next sister. I really do. And I don't really care because beauty is really in the eye of the beholder. So it wasn't about any of those things, but it was also about at the time protecting my what I did, my work, um, what I was doing in corporate America, number one. Two, my children were still at home and I didn't want to expose them just because I was on this quest. I didn't want to expose my children to anything or have somebody come up to them and say, oh, your mom is doing this and doing that. See, we're in a different time. Most people could care less about what people could care less about what I do. They could care less. They know? Oh, they know. They could care. The average person don't give a damn about your life. They don't. They're not that interested. But back then, it was a different time. It was a different era. There was a lot of different things that was going on at that time. And I was really uh working through a lot of my inner work and still am. He said, no, for real, Miss Blue. Remote viewed me and scared my friends. I remember that. I remote viewed a lot of people and scared the shit out of them. See, we in this new era. Y'all don't ask the questions they was asking back then. Back then, I'm still sharp because of you guys, don't get me wrong. And I'm glad we're in this personal era, but it was some like y'all kept me on my ish to things that I just never would have imagined myself doing or even if I could do. But they pushed me, they trained me. That's why I say I'm the student and they were the teachers because it wasn't no little Miss Blue, can you tell me what's going to happen at work? Miss Blue, can you tell me about my relationship? No, these jokers was on some. So tell me what I'm doing right now. This kind of, you got to prove yourself a little bit. And so I would have to because they didn't believe I could see them for real. Now I give y'all credit. Y'all know I can see you. So I think some of the questions have changed because you already know. Oh, Miss Blue already know. I ain't gotta say nothing. I ain't gotta tell her. But back then, shh, listen, I'm a play in your face all day if you don't say something. So if you hear some of my earlier shows, you may say, damn, Ms. Blue was going in on that yeah, because they was, it was different. They was like, look, your kung fu no good here unless you can show me you know how to play chess? You know how to win? Do you know how to win or not, Ms. Blue? If you know how to win, you got me. And I know it got the respect. Truly, sisters rock with me. I really feel that in my heart. Brothers, I had to really earn their respect. So they wasn't just about, oh, you need to do this, no, they was like, no, you got to show and prove and let me know because my intellect game is tight and I done read a lot of books. So let me see what you can do. So there you have it. That's how I had to learn a whole lot of stuff, you know? I that's how because that's how it came about. So I would have to tell them like straight up. Um, I'm not going to change the subject too much, but I remember the time I had to take one of my biggest challenges, and you probably remember this. I'm talking to the brother Tariq Haru. I can't even say Talik Haru. I'm talking to him when thank you. See, definitely her earned it. Bobby Hemmett, don't play about Miss Blue. Yes, I love my brother Bobby Hemmett. I remember when the brother came on my show and he was like, "Go on and say it, Miss Blue, say it, Miss Blue, say it." I said, "No, no, no." He was like, "No, no, say it, say it, say it." Thank you, the goddess Rainwater. She's been there as well too. She said, "And you were always graceful." Well, good. I'm glad. I hope I came across graceful. And he just kept going on and on. And I said, "Look, if you don't stop, this is gonna happen." And he was like, "No, say it, say it." I said it, and it went radio silent. And I could tell he was getting mad. I said, "I tell you what, if you go to the doctor and I am wrong. I am wrong about what I said. I will shut down the remix and I will never do another show again. He was like, okay, bet, I'm going to do that. I said, but here's the thing. You got to have proof that I'm wrong, because I'm telling you, this is what's going on with you. And there you have it. And if you don't stop, you going to get something you can't get rid of. And I put it, this is documented. It's in the record. I said it, it's in the records. It's in the archives. He came back a couple of weeks later and he said, you was right. But it's something I could get rid of. I said, I never said. I said, if you don't stop, you're going to get something you can't get rid of. But yeah, it's been a couple of times with them brothers. I had to put it on the line and say, if I'm wrong, I'm look, I'm gonna shut this down, because I'm gonna just never do this again, ever again in life. I'm never going to do this again. Because that's how, and it wasn't about him, it was about me having faith in not wavering on what I got. Mm-hmm. What about the people that said Panic was using? Oh, listen, I try to stay out of those conversations because I love both of those brothers. And I know for those of you who were there during these times, uh, I will say this. A lot of people say a lot of things. I'm going to do something on that one day. This ain't that day, though. This ain't that day, though. But I am going to do something. I am going to really share, uh, you know, a lot about that journey, in a way. I think the most part too that breaks my heart is I feel like if you're going to pop your shit, because I'm a real one with that, pop it while the person is alive. You know, you got all this to say, but the person is not in the physical to relay it to you, to your face. And so if you feel that convicted about it, make sure all the parties there can represent themselves and speak for themselves. But a lot of what's happening, I believe people are getting these channels that they're getting, because believe you me, people done sent me some insane things. But you have to remember this, you can only channel from the level of consciousness you're at. And if I am in a for purpose of understanding this context, if I am in a deep, dark state of my consciousness, and that's where I choose to vibrate, then everything I pick up is going to come out of that lens. It's the same thing when you're reading a book. It's great to read a book, but if you're going to read a book and you're going to hold it as fact, then you have to understand the lens in which the author is seeing it through. And so if you're reading, it's like somebody telling you a story. I'm telling you my version of the story through my perspective. But what about the other people who are involved in the story? Maybe they don't see the story the same way. You have to take all of those things into that consideration. So when people are telling me, oh, you know, I went in the spirit world and my grandmother, you know, had a knife and was trying to kill me. First of all, 99.9% your grandmother is not trying to kill you in the spirit world. And that wasn't your grandmother. But because you're in a low vibrational state, everything that comes through there is going to be in that distortion, just like the fake matrix we have built in our minds. It works the same way in the spirit world, but it's even more intense in the spirit world than it is in the physical world. It's more intense. It's more intense in the spiritual world. That's what people don't, I think I'm not going to say people because I hate when people say that. Ugh. I think this is a misunderstanding that somehow we feel where if you scared to walk your ass, I don't know, in the worst part of your city in the middle of the night by yourself, then what makes you think you bad enough to walk in the spirit world in some of these deep, dark places? You think you're going to come out okay? Oh yeah, physically you're going to come out okay. Emotionally and mentally, no, you're not. How could you? You go walk down that side of the street where you at, and they look at you and say, "You not from around here? What you doing down here?" And you telling them, "Oh, I just decided I just wanted to come over here because I wanted to come over here." You think it's gonna go well for you? It works the same way in the spirit world. We live in a world of duality. But the blessing of being a conscious spiritual being is that you don't have to stay in duality. I'm going to say that again. We live in a world of duality, but the benefit of being consciously aware is that you don't have to live in duality, meaning I don't have to go on that side of the street. I can take my ass over here where I know I can walk at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and ain't shit gonna happen to me. Matter of fact, I can have a beautiful conversation, learn some shit, and even receive a few gifts from people connecting with me. But we tend to think because it's not physical, I want to make sure that I go over here and I want to try some of this stuff over here that maybe everybody else is afraid of. Now, don't get me wrong, Brother Panic could travel in all of those realms. And he was a great teacher for taking you to face your boogeyman. The problem was most people was so focused on how to face the boogeyman and how to go in those dark places, they forgot to get clear directions on how to get their ass out. Therefore, a lot of people got stuck like Chuck, and couldn't come back out. So, do what you know you can do. Make sure that you are doing what you feel is for you and not because you're trying to boss up to somebody else's expectations. And by all means, if someone's telling you or showing you, whether it's your curiosity or their curiosity, and you want to go do something, make sure you don't just get instructions on how to go. You get instructions on how to come back and what's going to happen after you come back. Because if I live on this side of town and I know all the shortcuts, I know what streets not to go on, and you ain't asking me them kind of questions. You just want to key and feel like you up here with me and you want to come ride with me. And then I tell you, oh, I'm fixing to go run around to my friend's house. I'll get back with you later. And now you stuck somewhere you don't know how to get out. But you tried to pretend to me like you understand exactly what I understand. Okay. In my Drake voice, we gonna see. So I try to stay out of those conversations where people feel like they all of a sudden became very magical after certain people made their transition off of Earth. And now all of a sudden they've had all of these revelations. Yet, where were you when this person was here putting out all of this amazing work? Because it truly was amazing. The work that Brother Bobby Hemmett did is unprecedented. It will last throughout eons of time. Do we have to make an adjustment to it? I personally think we do, because there are certain things that come for a certain time. And it's to help a certain group of people to elevate themselves, to cultivate themselves, and to grow. And for those of us who studied those teachings under Brother Bobby Hemmett, we understand where to make the adjustments at and where those things are still a part of the foundation. But see, a lot of times people jump in and they want to be a bite size, spiritual person. And they want to take a piece of this and a piece of that and a piece of this and throw that shit together and think, oh, I done surpassed all of y'all and I got it all figured out. And here's what I think and here's what I know and here's what I do. And then when things don't go right, then all of a sudden I got this miraculous channel and this person is evil and that person is evil and this person is doing this and this. Is that really what's going on? Is that really what's happening? Or did you have some warped perception in your mind and you just ain't really doing your own work? And so now you stuck in one of those dimensions that you was only supposed to be taking a peek inside, but you decided to pull up a chair and sit down because you thought you belonged there. Okay. Well, there you have it. There you have it. But I will, I will share some more of those thoughts. I understand it's a fair question because we had such a very close relationship, the three of us, all of us working together. I think and think it was earth-changing information being disseminated, given out and done at that particular time that will last forever. And I'm so grateful and I'm so grateful for it and for every single person, every single lesson, every single connection, every single person of us coming together. You understand? And still grateful because the connection is still there. But of course, the physical connection matters as well too. That matters, the physical connection. It matters. So, but I will talk about it. I know quite a few people asked me about that. So I thank you, my brother, for bringing that up again. And yeah, we had some times. When I say we had some times, we had some times. That's when the soul group was really being formed and built together. It started, of course, when I started the remix, which was way before Brother Bobby Hemmett. Like I said, I was on my own spiritual journey. And it was through a group of people that I met online. And it was through them, Brother Ogun and those brothers, that I came in contact with Brother Bobby Hemmett. And it was from Brother Bobby Hemmett that I came in contact with Brother Panic, because Brother Panic used to work with him to assist him in doing a lot of the research and assist Brother Bobby in helping him, do research and do some of the technical things that Brother Bobby was so not interested in doing at the time. And it was through that connection of all of us coming together that we were able to really bring a lot of light to the planet, a lot of light to the planet. So sometimes when I hear these crazy stories that people had cooked up in all kinds of ways in their head, I'm like, listen, listen, I listen. And it's a lot deeper than that. You understand? And sometimes stories are best told by the people who were there. And if you notice, most of the people who are telling the stories were not there. They weren't there. They wasn't in the deep connection of the story. They wasn't there. And so I don't, I try to stay out of that part of it, because everyone's entitled to their interpretation and their opinion. You get to have that. I notice ain't none of them came to me and said, well, let's ask Ms.Blue what she think. Oh, they ain't coming this way because they already know what time it is. They're not going to come. You and maybe a handful of others are the only ones who've come to me. The rest of them, listen, they wouldn't dare step to me with that. They wouldn't dare. Mm-mm. No, because you're going to have to come correct. And I'm going to be honest, but you gonna have to show and prove that you understand, because just the way you coming a little janky. You coming janky. You're not coming straight. So that's how I feel about that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Oh, a great reminisce though. A great reminisce. You know. So like I said, both of those brothers, when it comes to their work, um, they left enough for a lifetime. I do know that no soul leaves before their time. And it's only so many ways that we can get out of this physical body. You understand? It's only so many ways you can get out of your physical body. Only so many ways, you know? So I leave it at that. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Are there some things I would do different? Absolutely. But I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I am. I'm thankful. Those were magical times. And so I'm so grateful. I still have people listening from way back, way back when. And we've gotten together, talk about a commitment Friday nights, Sunday nights, and just doing the work and getting in the work, just getting in the work. But I say to everybody, we have different teachers out here. We have different styles out here for a reason. And you have to make sure that you are connecting yourself to something that can help you to elevate and to grow. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Elevate and grow. That's the point. That's the point. I love you all too. I love you all too. I love you all too. I love you all so much. And I'm so grateful for each and every single one of you. So let's get to the questions. Let's get to the questions. Hey, Camdron. He said it's Camdron. Oh, yes, Lance. Like Brother Bobby would say, okay. Okay, now we finna start the lecture. Oh, it's been 3 hours? I know you lying. I know you lying. Oh my goodness. Y'all all right? That's what Brother Bobby would say. Y'all all right? All right. All right. All right. Oh, you're welcome, Janet. Is it Janet Lee? She said, that was impressive. I appreciate hearing the history. I only just started reaching out and learning. Glad I found your channel. Thank you. And you guys, do me a favor. Make sure you listen, like on iTunes, Apple Music, Amazon Music, iHeart Radio, those different places, Blog Talk Radio, because that's where you will see you'll see the bulk of the histories. And I kept the shows up on purpose. I kept them up on purpose because those archives run deep, baby. Everybody on there, from Queen Afua, you name it, Dr. Umar John, you name it. They in there. They in there. They didn't came through the remix. They in there. You know how they say, like, Prego, it's in there? Oh, it's in there. It's in there. It's in there. They're in there. Sometimes people tell me, oh, you remember so-and-so? And I'll be like, oh, dang, I do. I forgot. I forgot I did interview that person. Yeah. My foundation game at that point, was so, I talked faster back then. I did. And you know why? Because I didn't know how to really manage my energy. And it was running through me so, like, I don't know. It was almost like I felt like I needed to keep up with it. I was getting so many downloads on it. Ms.Blue, my mama gave birth to me on tomorrow's date. Yay, mama. You got anything for me? That was a great way to go in, Tisha. Because you caught me way off guard. I thought you was trying to tell me your mama was about to give birth. Uh-uh. Honestly, I don't know, Sheppy. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Sheppy, you almost got me. I thought you was telling me your mama was about to give birth. That your mama was about to give birth. I was gonna say, whoa, your mama about to have a baby? But your born day is tomorrow and your mother's birthday is tomorrow. I get it. You know, you know, where is this brother at? Where is brother Haru at? He done came in here and then brought her. This is why I need them phone lines. I need them phone lines to work. Cause I need y'all to get up in here and cause he done got us on a whole trajectory. A good one, nonetheless, a whole good trajectory. But the whole answer to the question is there's many people who come and they're part of Planet Remix. Sometimes we do work together and we're together for a long time. I've addressed everything. I am very transparent when it comes to different things that are happening. Now, if you miss that transparency, I don't know what to tell you because I've addressed it, I've talked about it, and I said it. So yeah, that's what I got to say about that. Um, I'm grateful for everything, grateful for every connection. But, sometimes I think we want to hear, the not so nice stuff. Is that important? I think it is. I have addressed it and I have said it. I did a whole show on it. And I know those of you who were at the show, you remember the show. We talked about it. Nobody's in the dark about what happened, what went down, what went on. None of that. Nobody's in the dark. So I'll leave it right there. Um, I'll leave it right there. So let's get to the questions. No, I was just saying my birthday was tomorrow. Well, happy born day. Happy born day. What do I see for 2025? Raw Black Storm. I love your name, by the way. Raw Black Storm. It's a good name. It's a good name. A lot of things. I'm going to do that show, which this is a great month to do it. I'm working on putting some things together. So I'm going to do that show. Mm-hmm. Is my best friend safe? What's going on with her? That's your second question. Rose said, you done forgot all about me, Miss Blue. I didn't forget about you, Rose. I didn't forget. uh, let's see. So, two things about your best friend. Uh, you're saying best friend, but you want to know if she's missing. The other thing that I do see is um I see some I see some bars. I do see some bars. But let me ask you a question. When you say, is she safe? Because I see a room and I see some bars. Do you know where she is, Rose? You put the laugh face in there. I don't know. I'm waiting on Rose. She must be typing a whole lot. Rose? No, I'm not sure. Um, so to answer your question, You will hear something before the end of this year. You'll hear something for the end before the end of this year about where she's at and what's going on with her and what's happening with her. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Um I feel like Rose, you know some of her family. There's some people around you that know what's going on with her, um, and what's happening with her at this time. I know you're calling her your best friend. Um, yeah, lot of stuff around her, but she has made a choice for a lot of different things. A lot of different things that has come up in her life that she is dealing with. Hmm. 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 I feel like before the year is out, you will get some clarity on it. The best thing, I think that how you can just see her well, see her well, and the real focus is for you, Rose, to focus on you. It's a lot of people in your life that have left your life. And I'm not particularly talking about your best friend, but a lot of people in your life have left your life and for very good reason because these were a lot of people searching for themselves. And I know you're searching for yourself. So there's nothing wrong with that, but in some very unhealthy ways, right? So the best thing is to send love to her, send authentic love to your friend, right? And also trust that even though you're seeing her as your best friend, and I'm not saying she's not, I'm just letting you know you were in a different place in a different time, and your focus needs to be on you. That's what I want you to focus on. And make sure that when you're making connections and friendships with people, that these are genuine friends and the feelings are mutual between one another. Okay. And they're healthy relationships. Our friends should be people we can connect with. We can do things we enjoy doing together, have fun together, and we can also have each other in that time of need as well. That can be, think about what a friendship means to you. You understand? Because people have different definitions of what a friend is. And a friend in need is a friend you don't need. Just know that that should not be the only qualification of a friend, that somebody needs something from you. That's not a friend. That's somebody that's somebody you want to help, but that doesn't make them your friend. Okay, so let's see who is next. I'm not going to go all the way back up there, but so there you go, Rose. I wanted to go to that question. The next question, I'm gonna put the questions up here so we can see them. Seppi had said, "Do you see the planet getting a break sometime soon from all this war and destabilization? When will the people get a break, or do we have to rise up and take it?" I think a little bit of all is happening. The people are rising up and they are taking it. And we will get a break from some of this war soon. But we live on planet Earth, and there probably will be in the next, 2 to 3 years. There will be these things that do happen. However, it's important that we all maintain the frequency of a higher consciousness of knowing how to resolve conflicts and different things. Some things it will take a rise up, and we're seeing that happen. But there will come a break. I really feel as we move into some of this faster energy that, quite frankly, people will come above their senses. They will get out of their minds and they will get into their senses. And we will see some of these wars start to slow down as we continue to progress. But as we get into November, we should start seeing some things sort of change, some agreements coming in. One of the things that we can help as the collective moving the needle forward, or the vibration forward, I can say, is that we have to resolve these things within ourselves, because we're seeing more in the world. What we see in the world is a reflection of what's happening inside of ourselves. And so the more that we continue to work on ourselves, the better it is for everything and everyone around. But I do see, even as possible as next month, we may see some very big changes when it comes to certain agreements and different things. But we do live on a planet where there will be wars and rumors of wars that will happen. But I do see us getting a break. Unfortunately, I think it's going to come from an elemental break and not so much because of a conscious break. I think the elements, earth, air, fire, water, one of them will cause the break. Nature, as opposed to man causing the break. Yeah, so hopefully that happened. Hopefully that helps. Um, so let's go to Shania. Should I invest in my culinary and cooking skills by sharing and teaching only if it brings you joy? Only if it lights you up? Only if it fills your spirit up and you get excited when you think about it and you're happy when you're doing it? That's the only reason you should do it. If it doesn't, that's okay. Don't do it. You shouldn't do anything that doesn't bring you joy and doesn't fulfill you into the point that you get joy from doing it. Yeah. So that's my answer. All right, let's go to Coffee with Jen. I have asked you before about my youngest son, a Johnny, beautiful name, if I'm saying it right. He's 19 years old, and he is on a path trying to figure life out. But the path from my eyes scare me. Can you give me some insight? Yeah, you got to trust that you raised him right, because he's 19. You can't make him do anything. And the fact that you're scared, let me tell you the worst thing that a parent, I don't know what that is on, oh, that's my lip. But listen, the worst thing that a parent, particularly the worst thing a mother can do for a child, is be scared. You're sending low vibrational energy to your child. And so, what I want you to do is to trust that you have raised him right. You've instilled in him what you feel he will need to survive in this world, and you have to trust that you have done what you needed to do. Now, if you know you done slipped somewhere, then you got to pick up that phone and say, "Baby boy, mommy done slipped. And here is my confession. It's a lot of things I didn't teach you about life. Will you please allow me the opportunity while you are figuring out life to share some things with you that mommy should have taught you and shared with you a long time ago? I don't want you to do what I'm telling you to do, but I want you to get this information because I feel like I didn't really give it to you like I should have gave it to you. And maybe these are some things you can start to take into consideration." That's what you can do. But the worst thing you can do for a parent, because that magnetic field is so strong, there are tests. I remember they did these tests on some bunny rabbits, and they took some bunny rabbits in a submarine and took them down to the bottom of the ocean. And they were shocking and stabbing these bunny rabbits. They had the mother thousands and thousands of miles away. And every time that those bunny rabbits were getting shocked with those volts, the mother could feel it. There is a magnetic field between mothers and children that it doesn't matter where they are in the world, we can feel it. But I promise you, when you are getting true insight, it is not going to make you scared. It's going to make you aware. So this part of this is your mind. And so you have to come to grips with it in a very honest way. And so if you can check and say, you know what, I did the very best I can with my son. I trust that he will move accordingly, and he knows how to take care of himself and explore this life and figure his own life out, then there you go. You send him love and you wish him well on it, and let him know that you are there supporting him along the way and sending him love. But if you feel somewhere along the line, maybe I just wasn't in the right space and I just didn't do things wrong. I sat my kids down when they were younger and say, hey, look, here's some mistakes I made, but I'm fully present now. And this is how we're going to do going forward. Let me fill in some of these gaps of these things I should have taught you. I should have showed you. Or maybe I missed, or I didn't understand myself, but I understand this now. Not out of fear, but I want you to be aware. And that's what you're going to have to do. Because the person who needs help right now is you, not him. He's living his best life. You're the one over there scared and nervous. You're the one that needs the help, not him. Don't project your fears and insecurity on your son. Know that you are an amazing mother. You did the very best that you can, and you love him, and he has what he needs to continue with his own life. Yeah. So you have to ask yourself, is this about control? What is this really about? Is this because he's not doing what I say? We have to ask ourselves those questions in a very loving and honest ways as parents, as mothers, as fathers. What is this really about? Because he's 19. And if he's doing what he's doing not right, what should he be doing? What does that look like for you? And then you have to ask yourself, is that what you would do? Or does he have more guts to do something that you couldn't dare do? I'm just saying. I know that may not be what you want to hear. I'm just saying. Just saying. Let's see. Miss Blue, any message from me from my grandmother, May? Let's see if the grandmama gonna come through. Are y'all still here? I ain't see y'all type nothing. I got to put that back up there because I hear her voice. You said it right. You know what? Um, Let me go to Grandmother May. Um, so your grandmother tell me this. Are you thinking about buying a car? Because I'm seeing a car. Did you just buy a car? You thinking about buying a car? Um, I see a car, but I see the car packed. It doesn't look like it's household goods, though, in the car. It looks like it's something else in the car. I don't know, boxes in the car. And it's like a storage. Do you have a storage? Because I see a car. I see boxes. I see a storage. This is for feminine, masculine, R1. I don't know if you're still in the building. Let me know. Um, because I'm being taken to, yeah, it looks like a storage. It's a bunch of doors on them. Storage. Um, Boxes, a car. Looks fairly new. Um, I don't think they're still here. So if she's not still here, I'm gonna move on to the next question. Um, yeah, I don't think May is still here. Hmm. Okay, let's go to the next question. I don't know how far behind you guys are. So, feminine, masculine, R1, are you still here? I don't think she's still here. I'm going to go back to that. I'll go back to it. If she comes up, I'll go back. Let's go to Gotti. Yeah. All right. You funny, Abdul. Hey, Ms.Blue. Uh, let's go to Gotti. Gotti said, Ms.Blue, my aunt who passed away when I was a baby, had a birthday on the 17th. Is it a message from her to me and the family? So, your aunt who passed away, it's a couple of things because I see a room, I see a couch, I see a table, uh, I see something in an ashtray, something there. Did she pass away of some sort of overdose, uh some sort of drug, alcohol, some sort of addiction, some sort of thing of some nature? Let me know, Gotti. Ooh, this is moving too slow for me. I don't know about y'all. Where y'all at? Why are we moving in? I feel like we moving in warp speed, or maybe I'm moving too fast. That could be it. Because I feel like y'all are like 5 questions behind me. Yeah, y'all are behind me. Why is it so thrown off? Let me see. Uh, I gotta wait. I gotta wait. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, it's gotta be the lag. It's gotta be the lag. I'm probably in a whole nother dimension. Let me close some of this stuff out. Let me see. No, that's probably my setup. You did a celebration. Wait. Okay, but did they find her in a house? Was she in a house? I didn't say it was. Was she in a house or something? Because no, this is definitely her. Was she in a house? Mm. I done went through 3 questions, feminine, masculine. I'm sorry. I was waiting on y'all to respond. Yeah, slow motion on the response. I know. I know. We done went through 3 questions. So, Gotti, oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, she was killed at home. This is her. So, number one thing, I don't know why she's taking me back to the scene of her, um, of what happened. So here's a couple of things. Number one, the main thing, the message that she has for the family is about, ooh, she got some, there were some issues in the family. So I'm listening to her story and you can tell me, there was some issues going on even with with the family and with her, and had something to do her relationship, and it was a lot of stuff going on around her. Maybe she just wants to tell her story. You really should talk to her, Gotti. But the main thing is, definitely, of course, she loves everyone in the family, but she is saying that her biggest thing is that she did not listen. She didn't listen, like she didn't pay attention to the signs that were coming up and the things that were happening, and she wished she would have paid attention to the signs and the things that was going on. And so her thing for the family is she wished that they would live their best life, but not be afraid to venture out. This is what she's telling me: venture out and, you know, like move, leave, change, go somewhere different, do something different, want something more for their lives. And, you know, and recognize that there just wasn't a strong foundation in the family like there could have been. And that's what she's really kind of speaking towards. But she loves everyone. That really is her message. She's still kind of contemplating how this whole scenario started going on. Yeah, it was a lot surrounding the relationship, was frowned upon by my dad and others. Yes. So I'm not going to say she still has a disconnect for the family, because she doesn't, but she just wished the family would. Um, One, she wished she would have listened. And two, she just wished the family would have had a better way of getting along and connecting with each other, and working with each other and connecting with each other. And that's her story. For you, she says she loves you. She's seen you when you were a baby, and she's always been around you, to kind of like the guardian angel, and for the family as well. So she definitely is around. But she also wants you to. mm, she really wants you to. Um, she really wants you to live your life and to know that just because you were born into a family, it doesn't mean you have to stay locked in to the family. And and that sometimes you have to learn how to love people from a distance, because it was a lot of the friction going on with the family is the reason she even ended up in these kinds of relationships and where she was. And so, yeah, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's what she has to say. She had her own struggles, um, as well. And so those are some of the things that she has learned now on the other side about her life, and, things about herself and the bloodline that she incarnated into, and that process. Hmm. Yeah. Ashe. Ashe to your auntie. Ashe to her. Yeah. She also says, don't worry about me. She says she don't want the family to worry about her. She wants everybody to take care of themselves. And that's the main thing, to love themselves. And so, and she's saying that exact word, to love themselves, take care of themselves, love themselves. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ashe. Ashe. Will my oldest granddaughter be okay? All right. Cynthia said, will my oldest daughter be okay? In context, yes and no. Um, when you say, will she be okay? Couple of things that she's battling, she's dealing with at this time. Um, when you guys are on here, I want you to put a little bit more. Can I figure it out? I can. But after already being up here for 3 hours, and this chat is so slow for you guys to answer. Yeah. Yeah. I knew you were, I knew that was it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I said yes and no. She has to make a decision on this. And will she be okay? Yes. Will she be her grandmother's version of okay? Probably not. Probably not. Um, she has to make a decision of, and she doesn't have to. Let me not say that. She doesn't have to do anything. Um, but she has to learn a different way to manage her mind. And that's got to be her choice, because numbing herself through drugs is not working for her. So she will have to find another way to work through these skills, or maybe not. And, the best thing that you can do is love and support her and offer her an opportunity to, uh, which she's been given, to go somewhere where she can get a support system to get off the drugs. Well, she dives into a lot of black magic. You know, that's, I get it, but what can be black magic? Drugs is black magic. Like, what are we saying here? Negative thinking is black magic. I want you to understand that. Staying in a state of anger, frustration, or even staying in a state of fear is black magic. You understand? And all of black magic is not bad. This is how the world tried to set up white against black. And so anytime we hear the word black, we think it's something evil, something dark, and something bad, but it's not. If you're a black person and you do magic, is that not black magic? So I want to give you context of what you're saying. If someone has a self-destructive habit, that's black magic. If you are constantly beating yourself up, that is black magic. If you are constantly, being reckless with your food and your diet and not taking care of yourself, by your definition, that's a form of black magic. You understand? That's something that's self-defeating, um, in opposition of it. So, when people refuse to learn and to grow, that can be considered a form of dark or black magic. So, I don't want you to put too much thought into what you think she's doing. A lot of this is for attention, and different souls came back to the planet to do different things. I know in a perfect world, we want everybody to be exactly like us. But I want you to be able to love her for who she is. That's the best help you can give her. Love her for who she is, and know that you don't waver on that love, because then that makes you susceptible and vulnerable to a person whose mind has been altered through drugs and bad behavior. See, if I'm loving you only because I want you to get better and I want you to change who you are, then I may compromise myself only for you to do that to me. But if you love them, regardless of what they're doing and how they're doing it and whatever choices they're making, then you will love yourself in the interim, and you will not allow yourself to be pulled in to the madness, because that's what that will become, madness and manipulation. And so often it will happen when two people are attempting to manipulate each other. That's the only way it can happen. So, is she going to be okay? Yes and no. Not your version, like I said in the beginning before you told me what was going on. Not your version of okay, but she will be okay. Yeah. And we're going to send her some love. Send her some love. Yeah. And maybe she'll find a great treatment center. But again, that is a intelligent soul. Everybody is responsible for their own soul. We can't force people to do what we want, because if we could, we would have all done it by now. Y'all would be forcing me to do what I don't want to do. I would be forcing you to do what you don't want to be doing. Your mama be forcing you. We'd all be forcing everybody. So it doesn't work like that. We are all powerful, powerful beings. Powerful. Hmm. Okay. I want to answer this question from Gotti. Thank you for that, Cynthia. Sending you so much love. Gotti said, I also wonder, what is the significance of having a birthday in the spirit realm during cosmic events like the supermoon? It's none. It's none. I know. Where's the womp, womp, womp? No, not that. No, not that. Yeah, there's no significant. They are not on Earth anymore. They're not a part of Earth anymore. So, uh, birthdays and all of those things, it means something to us, and it should, right? It's how we honor our loved ones and those who are with us. But it doesn't have any significance, to them. Yeah, none, none. I know we're so fascinated with the spirit world. We think, is over there popping. They're not attached to these things in this human world the way that we are, in this world. None of those things matter when you're outside of a body. They can go visit the moon and super moon. They can see us. None of those things have a significance outside the body. They are guiding principles that are connected with us energetically, right? Inside of our own universe, because each of us is a universe. And inside of us in our universe, we are connected to these celestial beings, and it's because of our physical body. Do we have a connection outside of Earth? Absolutely. But your birthday on planet Earth is significant to planet Earth. Your spirit date, your soul date is infinite. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. You are all that it is. So, no, there's no significance. None outside of here. But I love that question. I love that question. I absolutely love that question, Gotti. I love it. I love it. It was so juicy. I had to go to it. Okay. Okay, let me go back. I got to go back up to the questions. I'm trying to see who is next. There is Cynthia. There's Gotti. Um, I already answered that question. Okay, let's go to Brian. Ms.Blue, I'm aware that we're in the Matrix and we signed a contract to come here. My character seems on the wrong timeline. Why is that? I'm not in control. Control. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Camdron, you still here, Camdon? You still here? Let me make sure you're still here. Sheena, is your grandmother still living? Because it's given your grandmother is not still living. I can answer your question out of sequence. But let me go. Okay, you're still here. Okay, so here is the answer. Um, so when you say the matrix, you talking about the false matrix. The matrix in your mind. Hold on, I want to tell Gotti something. Gotti, you can be tuned up for the supermoon, but not for your ancestor, for you. That supermoon is for you, not for them, for you. Um, so let me get back to you, Camden. Um, this is a matrix, but it depends on what matrix you're in. If you're in the matrix of your mind, this is the false matrix. Then you don't have control. So if you're telling me you're not in control because you said we signed a contract to come here. We didn't sign a contract. We made an agreement to come here. You said my character seems to be on the wrong timeline. Well, get your character on the right timeline. The false matrix is created in the mind. That's where the false matrix is created, in the mind. It's in the mind. And I've talked about the false matrix before, but it's not a new concept. I'm not the only one that have thought of that either. I'm sure they've been knowing about the false matrix forever. But if you are on the wrong timeline, then you got to get your ass on the right timeline. If you are here and you know you need to be here, you got to get there. You got to get there. You got to come out of the false matrix in your mind, and you have to start getting into the pretty matrix, the one you're creating. Control don't mean that you get to tell me and the people in your life what to do. Control means that you are putting forth your intent, and those are the things that are getting ready to be birthed. So, everything that I teach, everything here is about getting you out of that false matrix. And the fact that you are just aware that you are on the wrong timeline, well, that's fine. If you're going to get your answer and you want to take that, I'm going to let you go with it because you're not answering me because you don't like what I said. But I'm just telling you, if you're on the wrong timeline, then you got to get yourself off that timeline. And I know you know how to do it because we done had this conversation a many a times. And so you might have missed the milk and cookie show, but I'm just letting you know you have to do the work. Find something you love and do it and stick to it. And then the other thing is you have to stay away from things that are overstimulating you mentally, smoking, vaping, all of these things, drinking, any of those things that overstimulate your mind, you have to leave them alone. Because if you don't, the way that your pineal crown chakra is positioned, it's going to keep you locked in to a false matrix in your mind. And time is going to keep passing you by. So the first time you wake up, you're 20 something. The next time you're 30 something. The next time you're 40 something. The next time you're 50 something, 60 something, 70 something, 80 something, 90 something. That's how it happens. But the choice is yours. You can get out of that false matrix, but it's going to require you to give up the fake matrix. And a part of that is self-undoing habits, choices, and things. That's a part of how you get locked into the false matrix. But make no mistake, you're going to have to put that work in to get out that false matrix. You just don't get to walk out the door. That's not how it happens. That's not how it happens. That's not how it happens. So, no, it's not hard work every second. It doesn't have to be. But if we have been in a position, no matter how we got in that position, then we have to unprogram ourselves and we have to do the work to do the self undoing. A lot of times, what the problem is, we want milk and cookies, but it's not changing your life. I'm not trying to be harsh, but I'm giving you some cosmic truth. And I understand everybody can't handle cosmic truth. And but I make no you would think I'm less than I am if I sat here and just bullshit you and just told you all you got to do is smile and cross your legs 3 times and sit back and smoke a joint, or get you some libations and call on this God, and it's all going to happen for you. Then y'all be sitting here looking at me sideways. And again, you talking to somebody who has helped thousands of people on their journey. And I'm not saying that's the only way, but I'm letting you know that this is what you're going to have to do if this is what you have recognized. And that awareness is letting you know you have a way out. And so to answer your question, am I not in control? The gag is you're always in control. You have controlled yourself to the point where you're somewhere you don't want to be. But that happens. That's why it's called consciousness and awareness. You have woke up to another state of awareness. You are growing up on planet Earth. You realize where I am. This isn't where I want to be. Maybe it was good for last year. Maybe it was good for 2 months ago, but now it's not good anymore. But you need to recognize you're the one who put you there. You did, for whatever the reason was, whatever you needed to learn, whatever you needed to experience. Stop trying to figure out what put you there and try to figure out where you're going. Who cares what put you there? You realize you're not there. It's like driving around and your GPS takes you somewhere you don't want to be. You're not going to keep walking around trying to figure out, why would my GPS take me here? You're going to say, no, how the hell can I get from here to where I'm trying to be? I don't care what was going on with the GPS. I need correct directions to get where I'm going. Yes. Uh-huh. It's true. We all have done it, Camdron. You're not alone. We have controlled ourselves to the point of insane. But see, everybody want to be a god until it comes to taking responsibility for what they don't want. Then you ain't a god. No, you a god when you doing good things, and you a god when you doing self-undoing things. You're still that same god. You're just making different choices and decisions about yourself. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. But here's where you can empower yourself. If you did that, then you can certainly do something different. But again, it requires that you got to give up some of those same things that got you where you at and you didn't want to be. And if that's not what you want to do, then you already know the answer. We're not going nowhere. We staying right here. So all that vaping, all that smoking, these things overstimulate the third eye and the pineal gland. They overstimulate them. So, how they're working with this young generation, especially Gen Z, is they're making them think that these vapes and things, this is healthy for them. But what they forgot to take into consideration, these are what I call origin children. These children have a high sensory perception to the multi-sensory world and the energy that's on the planet. And every time that they begin to dabble with these things, and whether they're working with vaping or they're smoking a little ganja here and there, it is causing their circuits to become intertwined and confused within their minds and their brains. And so their greatness only takes a spark whenever they're on TikTok, or whether they're on what's that other one? Snapchat, or maybe when they come on YouTube and they want to put out a burst of something, or they want to do something for the moment. Most of them will not be able to control those little bursts that they get. And so eventually it will start to becoming undoing habits within themselves, and it will start to slow them down in their development of their multisensory abilities, when they are the ones who are supposed to be carrying us forward into this new galactic sort of kind of energy that's here on the planet. And so by the time they finish all of that, what's my motto? If nothing else moves your life well. I got it, Miss Blue. That's code word for shut up, Miss Blue. I'm done. You done. I don't want to hear no more. You got it. Okay. So you got it. You got it. You got it. I'll be quiet. Uh okay. Well, don't ask questions y'all don't want the answer. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I won't don't ask questions. You don't want to hear Miss Blue's rendition of the answer. Mm-mm, don't ask. Yeah, well, listen, good people. We're going on about 4 hours. Camden done came in here. No, 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 no. That's not what I meant, Miss Blue. Please. I love you, Camden. You know I love you. We've had this conversation, I'm quite sure, because your guides are telling me you done told him this before. And that's okay, because sometimes I need to be told things over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with being told things over and over and over again. My only goal is that you take the information that resonates with you and you use it. But I need us to start relying on our own powers. I'm about to get real personal with that, because I think we give our power away to things and people too much. You understand? And some of our spiritual tools, low key, is no different than being addicted to a drug. We want ancestors to make all of our decisions. We want this person to make all. No, you have power inside of you. All of this is a manifestation that is happening inside of you. I want you to understand that. that nothing moves until your ass move. Because that's where we're headed. Nothing moves, nothing gets activated until you get activated. Nothing. You understand? And I've done many shows about intuition. I teach many classes and I have many things. You understand? But it starts by you getting to know who you are, staying in a high vibration and listening to your higher self, staying out of fear, staying out of fear. We are moving into the time where we have to take responsibility for ourselves. We have to. And no, I'm not going to tell you about any of these other things that y'all are asking right now. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I've been up here for 4 hours and it's about time for Ms.Blue to go. So please save your questions. We'll get them next time. But save your questions because it's time for me to go. I've answered your questions for you guys. I've had fun. I was acting like I was what? It was funny when Ms.Blue was acting like she was what? Token. What's token? What was I doing? But listen, hmm we all a work in progress. I would agree with that. I can speak for myself. I'm a work in progress as well too. So I want us to make sure that we are grounded on earth. We got to get grounded on earth. Then we can start going further out into the ethers. hmm That's right. Let me put Kings. That's right. We ain't doing that today. We ain't doing none of that today. We ain't doing that. Everybody need to take a woosah moment. Woosah moment. Ground ourselves so we can get these earthly essential things together. And then we can start moving further out into the galaxy. So, just like in the spirit guides and ancestors and animal guides class, we do a lot of work to activate ourselves and ground ourselves when we're connecting. And that's why the connections are so real. They're so authentic. They're so clear. The understanding is there. I wish all of you would have took the class. I really do. Hey, Derica, good to see you. Love you too. Good to see you. We do a lot of work on that. Sometimes we want these things to be our distraction, but I promise you, you work with you, work with you, work with you. Yeah, work with you. You will see your magic come through. Your magic will come through for you. But to answer Kendron's question, yeah, you're somewhere you don't want to be, then now you just gotta get yourself where you want to be, because make no mistake, no matter where it is, you put yourself there. Nobody else is taking the wheel and you sleep and you only get to wake up when you feel like driving. It's your life. You're doing this. We all are doing this to ourselves. We all are. The world wants you to think, or some people in the world want you to think, that they can control you, and they're controlling you and they're stopping you and they're holding you back. Most of the world realized that all of that was smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. You're more powerful than you know yourself to be. But I don't have to keep telling you that. I want you to know that. But once you love yourself enough, then you'll open up to more things being possible for you in your life than you can ever imagine. But it does start with loving yourself. I know y'all say Ms.Blue say that about everything. I do, because that's the essence of where it will happen for you. when you can get to the point where you can truly, authentically love you. Because when you love something, you pay attention to it, you take care of it, you listen to it, you take actions on the things that you know that they want. You know, you handle things different when you love it. So if you are walking around in an avatar that you don't love, it's reckless. It's reckless. So start loving yourself, having those loving conversations with yourself like you would a child or a loved one or a best friend or a mother or a father. That's how you have to love yourself to that degree. If you're not treating yourself the same way you treat the people that you cherish and love the most in your life, then you are cutting yourself short. That's how you got to love yourself. Like you would stop that friend who's over there doing something reckless and be like, hey, listen, I'm just going to tell you the truth because nobody else is going to tell you. That's how you got to love yourself like that. You got to love yourself to that point that you say, hey, look, you doing this wrong. And I'm your friend and I love you, but I'm just going to tell you the truth about it. And thank you for that, Brittany Vines. I'm going to put this up. These are the 3 steps because we kicked this off with rose. And how perfect is that? Because a rose is self-realization. From the bud to the stem, to the thorns, to the leaves, to the bud, to the bloom, to the full-grown rose. The full-grown rose is God creation. It's self-realization. When you can get to that point of self-realization, you have come face to face with God. When you love yourself. So, number 1, become uncomfortable because stepping into this new era, which is the next chapter in this new era, you're going to be uncomfortable. Surrender the old you. You got to give something up. And that is hard for most of us on the planet. Otherwise, we have everything figured out. So, I'm not going to bullshit you. If it was that easy, there would be no need for nothing. We would all know what we need to stop doing and what we need to start doing. It can be challenging. It can be hard, but can you do it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Maria, I'm so sorry. I'm sending you so much love and ashe to your brother. And I know you're going to do a wonderful job at writing your brother's eulogy. And that's what he would want, for you to participate in writing his eulogy, because you have the heart, you have the spirit, and you have the soul to do it. Yeah. And I know you will do it in a very loving, divine way. Yeah. Ashe. Ashe to your brother. I just happened to see that message, so I'm sending you ashe. So surrender the old you and then acknowledge what you are doing to become the new you. Acknowledge what you are doing to become the new you. And Brittany Vibes wrote all the steps, so I'm putting them up for me. Thank you, Brittany. A wonderful scribe for this evening. And then love yourself. That's 4. And 4 is what opens up doors. That 4 vibration, it opens up doors, new ways of doing, ways of being. So love yourself, the 4th step. It's building a solid and new foundation. It's been real. Remember what I said. Let's try to run this up to about 3K. Let's get 3K. Let's get lots of likes. I would prefer lots of comments as well. And thank you again to Brittany for writing all of that down and keeping good notes for me. We want to send love to Maria and ashe to her and her brother as he continues on his transition. Want to give a big shout out to Brother Lance and Mr. Dante for moderating for us this evening and doing an amazing job, and Lola Falana, because even when all the mods are not in the room, they are in the room. You understand? They are in the room. Yeah, I just found a funny comment from Dante. But I want to say thank you to all of the stars in the blue room. You guys did your big one. You did your big ones for putting everything in the chat and keeping the beautiful conversation going and the dialogue and your insight, your sharing your experiences and your perspectives. And all of it is welcome here, as long as we keep, you know, keep uplifting and sharing authentically with one another as well. We don't always have to agree, because I don't agree with a lot of y'all with some of that stuff y'all be saying. No shade, but some of y'all, we on the same, and I know y'all don't agree with everything with me, and that's okay. We don't have to agree with each other, but I love that we can come together and we can have these discussions and we can talk about things. Take always what you need and you feel you want for you. And among all things, trust yourself more than you trust anything else. And yeah, I'm wishing everyone in the Soul family well. I'm sending you all love. We did it again. 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 Because we've been on Friday, is Saturday. I came on like 2 times on Friday. So now today on Sunday, coming on again. So I love all of you. Brittany Bride, for some reason, when I begin to step 1 and 2, you know what? Don't entertain that. What you mean you feel like you losing yourself? Listen, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to watch your language. Y'all have to speak better with yourself. Speak better with yourself. Speak better to yourself. Speak better to yourself. Take care of yourself. Speak better with yourself. Love yourself. Talk more healthy with yourself. Yeah. Just give yourself a chance before you start counting yourself out. Just give yourself a chance. Maybe it's not the day for you to do any of this. Maybe watch a good movie, chill out. The problem is we are overthinking and overprocessing and using our mind out of context. So our minds become exhausted. It becomes taxed. Our mind becomes confused because we're using it for things it's not designed to be used for. So that's another reason to make sure that you elevate your consciousness and make sure that you're listening to your intuition and stop all of this thinking. Stop all of this thinking, this overthinking, this overprocessing. You have more intelligence than you know. Yeah. I love what Brother Lance just said. Don't treat yourself how you treat others. Right. If you're not treating yourself well. Now, if you loving yourself and treating yourself well, then yeah. Yeah. So just take it easy. Don't take yourself so serious. Know that you will know what you need to know when you need to know it. Be like Pisces when the dream when when the going gets tough, go into the dream realm. Yeah, Pisces is famous for avoidance, delusion, uh, taking you into the dream world. But eventually you got to come back. That's kind of the flip side of that. That's the flip side. Taking it easy. That's it. Have some fun. Bring some joy into your life. Find what brings you joy and go do it. Do the joyful thing. Yeah. Do the joyful thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Take it easy. That's right, Chrissy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Glad to have you here, Firebird. Ashe to you. Ashe. We are getting ready to get out of here. We are getting ready to go. I've been on for 4 hours. I will be back. I am sending you all love. Priestess Donna Lee, good to see you. Priestess Erica, I've seen some of the priestess in the house. And Camdron, I'm glad that you needed to come and hear this tonight. Remember what I told you. None of that vape, none of that smoke, none of that drink. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out on it. Get down on it. Chill out on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome, Sacred Altar. Hey, Missy. Misty. Love you too. I sent the email back. Hopefully you got it. Hopefully you got it. Sacred Altar. You're welcome. Thank you for that. Yeah. 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 Thank you, Brother Lance, as well. Hmm. I love this. PJ Blossom says, you deserve self-love. And I know you got that. We send these beautiful messages to each other. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's a way that people are getting their powers lost. It's not for everyone, but for some people. Thank you, McQuinton. You're so welcome. Thank you all for being here. Davina, thank you as well. Beautiful share tonight. Pop up magic. Yes. Yeah. Beautiful. All right. So we outie. We outie. Let's keep the conversation going in the comments section. Let's keep the conversation going in the comments section. Love you all. Oracle kisses. Peace and love. Ciao. Peace and love, soul family. Ciao.